Chapter 1334. Ancient Star Desert, Holy Covenant's secret base. A light flashed, and Han Shao, who was wearing the king mechanical suit, was teleported to the exclusive throne teleportation platform. Law and Fei were already waiting there. "Your Excellency, Black Star." The two of them greeted him. "Where's Oathkeeper?" Han Shao looked around. "He's waiting for you in Destiny's Child's laboratory. It happened very suddenly. Please follow us." The two of them did not say much and led the way. Han Shao followed them all the way to their destination. Walking into the laboratory, the room was full of busy operators. Han Shao saw Destiny's Child locked in a transparent container and Oathkeeper standing next to the container at a glance. At this time, Destiny's Child had already woken up from his deep sleep. His body was curled up and trembling nonstop. White noise like spots kept flashing, like a projection when the signal was bad, becoming very blurry. Oathkeeper was releasing soul flame, seemingly comforting the other party. The experimenters in the room were operating the instrument with sweat all over their foreheads, operating the binding field and reality anchor at full power. "What's the situation now?" Han Shao came to the instrument and looked at the various parameters. He was curious. Oathkeeper frowned. Destiny's Child has woken up and is in the midst of an information state disturbance. The amplitude is the highest so far, almost breaking through the containment and transforming into a high-dimensional information state. "It's not over yet. Have you found a reason?" "I'm not sure yet. We can only communicate with him after he stabilizes." Hearing this, Han Shao snapped his fingers and summoned a set of stability anchors. He arranged them around to provide assistance. At the same time, he carefully sized up Destiny's Child. This was the first time he had seen his true body. Every time Destiny's Child activated his ability, it would cause an information state disturbance phenomenon, causing the birth of subbodies randomly throughout the universe. Rhodey, who had been receiving treatment, was one of the subbodies awakened after the last disturbance. He had already found a way to stop the transformation process. At this time, Destiny's Child suddenly stopped trembling and turned to look at Han Shao, as if he was observing curiously. He suddenly raised his hands and pressed them on the inner wall of the container, releasing a happy, psychic wave. Everyone heard a burst of childlike laughter out of thin air. Destiny's Child just stared at Han Shao like this. Not long after, the flickering body gradually stabilized and returned to calmness. Seeing this, Oathkeeper stopped what he was doing and looked surprised. "How did you solve it as soon as you arrived? He seems to like you a lot. This is the first time we've met. Aren't you being too unreserved? Speaking of which, why does your tone sound like you've been robbed of your love?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Han Shao teased Oathkeeper, but he was also secretly surprised. Destiny's Child seemed to have an inexplicable closeness to him. Could it be because of his primal Esper ability entity affinity and perfect energy affinity constitution? This is possible. After all, the primal chaos mysterious energy has thought that I'm handsome more than once, and even wanted to take advantage of me. Perhaps to primal Esper ability entities, these two specializations were like the attraction of catmint to felines. No wonder Destiny's Child was fascinated by me the moment he saw me. Who told him to be so attractive to energy life forms? Han Shao muttered to himself for a while, then raised his hand and knocked on the container. Destiny's Child immediately imitated him, and the two of them happily interacted. This scene made Oathkeeper feel a little annoyed. In the past, Destiny's Child liked him the most, and he would personally take care of the daily comforting work. He did not expect that Black Star would only come once, and Destiny's Child, whom he had nurtured for many years, would immediately ignore him. The most infuriating thing was that even before Black Star appeared, Destiny's Child had never been so close to him or so proactive. It was clearly me. Never mind, let's not talk about this. After looking at it sourly for a while, Oathkeeper finally spoke. "All right, no matter what the reason is, it's enough that it's stabilized. I'll ask it what's going on." As he spoke, he pushed Han Shao away, gathered soul flame, and communicated with Destiny's Child. A few seconds later, the soul ripple spread out again, and Han Shao heard Destiny's Child's intermittent words. "I feel the feedback of the subbody, the convergence of information, threat. Following Destiny's Child's narration, chaotic and blurry scenes appeared in Han Zhao's mind. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. In these intricate images, he saw information about the world tree, such as the image of the world tree's roots stretching across the starry sky, or a group of people in robes surrounded by blue-green energy sitting on the ground and meditating. Oathkeeper did not know about the existence of the world tree, so he was confused. What are these? Wait, let me ask a few questions. Han Xiao did not have the time to explain to him. He raised a few questions that did not make sense, and he quickly got a response. After listening to Destiny's Child's answer, Han Zhao's thoughts raced as he pieced together the information and analyzed it. Destiny's Child's sudden, abnormal reaction originated from the world tree. The two sides were entangled at the information form level, and it sensed that the world tree was using a certain method to locate the explored universe. The reason why it sensed it was because of the subbodies. The subbodies that it had produced were all randomly distributed in the entire universe. Not only the explored universe, but even the world tree also had a portion of Destiny's Child subbodies that had awakened the ability to foresee. To Destiny's Child, these subbodies were equivalent to its eyes, ears, and antennae that collected information from the outside world. Not long ago, the subbodies of the world tree had activated their foresight ability. Because the medium was related to the information collection of the explored universe, the two sides had intersected. Because this was where the main body was, the warning mechanism was immediately triggered. Thus, Destiny's Child activated its ability to foresee and share the memories and vision of the subbodies. During this process, Destiny's Child felt the threat of a natural enemy from the world tree and even predicted the possibility of it being devoured by the world tree. It almost wanted to transform into a high-dimensional information form and escape, which was why it had reacted so abruptly. So, the world tree is using foresight to sense the explored universe. The three universal civilizations have already exposed themselves? Han Xiaoxin's heart tightened. As expected, as long as they came into contact, the situation would be irreversible, and they would soon notice each other. The World Tree civilization was stronger than the three universal civilizations. Even the three universal civilizations in his previous life did not understand all the abilities and technologies of the World Tree. It was too idealistic to completely hide their tracks. In his previous life, the three universal civilizations were beaten to a pulp. Even if they were lucky enough to win in the end, they did not completely understand the world tree. The three universal civilizations were not clear about some of the special technologies that were not used in war, such as the information form warning network. Because it was the world tree that took the initiative to invade, the information form warning network used to prevent outsiders from spying on them was basically useless. Even the three universal civilizations did not know about it, let alone the players in his previous life. The only good news now is that the World Tree civilization only sensed the existence of outsiders and did not have much information, so they used information form methods to search for them. As a result, they intersected and were detected by Destiny's Child. Han Zhao's thoughts raced. Fortunately, Destiny's Child had scattered his subbodies all over the galaxy. Otherwise, he would not even know if he was discovered. He did not want to be caught off guard while he was still foolishly spying on the information. Destiny's Child called the world tree its natural enemy. One was a primal Esper ability entity, and the other was a space wonder. Both of them had information form abilities, but their focus was different. According to Destiny's Child's explanation, it could share the information of the subbodies' contact. Because the subbodies were connected to the world tree, they could observe the overall movements of the world tree civilization in real time to a certain extent. However, there was also the risk of being exposed. Only when the subbodies actively used their foresight abilities and intertwined with information form could the main body use this as a disguise and take the opportunity to obtain the information the subbodies had. Otherwise, it would be easy for the world tree to discover it. Even so, Destiny's Child was probably the only low-risk channel to monitor the world tree's movements. It was more convenient, secretive, and efficient than the three universal civilizations detection methods. Such an intelligence channel was a pleasant surprise, and there was no reason to ignore it. Han Xiao thought for a while and said with a deep voice through the mental connection, "If you don't want to be devoured by the world tree, helping us is the best choice. Only by eliminating the other party can we remove the threat once and for all. Otherwise, even if you escape far away, there will still be risks." Hearing this, Destiny's Child's body shook, and his voice was ethereal. "How can I help you?" Under the premise of hiding yourself, monitor the other party's movements as much as possible and tell me everything. "I can." Destiny's Child did not refuse. He suddenly clasped his hands together, and a small white ball of light separated from his body and floated in the container. It floated toward Han Xiao and stuck to the inner wall. Han Xiao understood what he meant and raised his brows. "This is for me? Use it to create subbodies to extend my senses." In a mental connection, Destiny's Child explained the use of this ball of light. When it activated its ability, it could give birth to subbodies in the entire universe, or it could also give birth to subbodies in a designated area. However, there was a precondition for the latter. It needed to use its own energy to encircle an area in advance and turn this area into an independent information collection before it could designate the birthplace of the subbodies. To put it simply, this was like a horse race, or it could be said that it was like a dog peeing to mark the territory. Just as Han Xiao finished listening to Destiny's Child's explanation, the interface suddenly had a notification. "You have triggered the mission, Destiny's Child's help." Mission introduction. Destiny's Child has a very good impression of you. Because it feels threatened, it has decided to ask you for help. Please do one thing. Mission requirements. Head to the designated location and use Destiny's Child's energy to circle an area large enough. Reward: 120 billion EXP, plus 25 Destiny's Child favorability. 1 random reward, milestone talent. Infiltrate the enemy camp. Infiltrate the enemy camp. When you move in the enemy's territory, it will be harder for you to be noticed. At the same time, you will receive a 3% bonus to all stats. You wanted to go to the World Tree Civilization? Han Xiao was stunned. By limiting the birth range of Destiny's Child subbodies to the World Tree Civilization's territory, the more subbodies there would be, the more information he would be able to obtain. Although there was a time limit to the ability to mark the territory, it was calculated in years, which was enough for long-term use. "It seems like I'm the only one most suitable for this kind of agile job. Looks like I'll have to ask the 3 universal civilizations to go to the World Tree Civilization." Han Xiao nodded. He told Oathkeeper to temporarily open the container and took out the light. As soon as he touched it, the light entered his palm and turned into an imprint that stored the energy that Destiny's Child had lent him. "What's going on? What are you guys talking about?" Oathkeeper had a puzzled look on his face as he continued to wonder. Han Xiao thought for a while, pulled Oathkeeper to the side, and briefly explained the situation. "You're saying that the 3 universal civilizations have discovered an even stronger unknown civilization?" Oathkeeper was surprised. He then understood the whole story. No wonder the 3 universal civilizations gave in so much. "So that's what happened. Keep this to yourself. It's not suitable to tell others for the time being. Remember to keep it a secret," Han Xiao said with a deep voice. With the ability of Destiny's Child, he naturally could not avoid Oathkeeper. Only by letting him know the truth and understand the importance of this matter would he cooperate. In addition, Oathkeeper's character had been tested and was quite trustworthy, so there was no harm in letting him know. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this." Oathkeeper's expression was serious. He suddenly paused and asked softly, "You mentioned in the regular meeting that the 3 universal civilizations recognize the association's position, so we'll have to help at some point. Is this what you're referring to?" Han Xiao nodded. "That's right. If a war breaks out, the association's members will have to participate in the war with all their strength to fight against foreign enemies. This is the deal. Plus, we don't have many choices, so I need you to prepare more Sanctum keys." "I understand your plan. I'll fully cooperate with you." Oathkeeper exhaled. If the Beyond Grade has fought with all their strength, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. Black Star most likely wanted to use this opportunity to show the truth of the unlimited sanctum revival. As someone who knew the truth, to him, this was indeed a very feasible plan. Just as he was thinking, Han Shao suddenly patted him on the shoulder in relief. Then do a good job. After it's done, the organization won't mistreat you. Oathkeeper, Tisk, I was so busy digesting the information that I forgot to speak. Chapter 1335. The two of them talked for a while and reached a consensus. Han Shao left a throne and a lord's avatar in Destiny's Child's laboratory. He interacted with Destiny's Child for a while before leaving the room. He turned around to visit and comfort the many revivers who were living in seclusion in the Holy Covenant. The two sides had a meeting. The current president of the Beyond Grade A Association pointed out in the meeting that the Holy Covenant organization had to pay attention to the spiritual civilization of the revivers, help the revivers to keep up with the pace of the times, implement the basic principles of people-oriented, and implement the 2-1 requirement, which was to ensure the treatment of every reviver and not lose their vigilance. He eagerly hoped that Oathkeeper would be a good role model. The leader of the Holy Covenant organization, Oathkeeper, highly praised the current results of the association and emphasized that the two sides had always been in a positive relationship, contributing to the Beyond Grade as together. He hoped that the association would continue to focus on the common cause and cooperate with the Holy Covenant strategic assistance. Many revivers expressed their admiration for Black Star's contributions to the Beyond Grade A cause and unanimously welcomed Black Star to come again to provide guidance and spur the Holy Covenant organization. No matter what, the two sides had a full exchange of opinions. After the daily exchanges, Han Shao left the Holy Covenant base and teleported back to the Black Star Palace a few star fields away. Returning to his office, Han Shao rubbed his chin. Without any delay, he contacted the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations and sent the information he had obtained from Destiny's Child through the encrypted channel. Not long after, his communicator rang. He received a remote conversation invitation. Han Shao turned on the remote projection and arrived at the joint office of the 3 universal civilizations leaders. He immediately saw the 3 of them with gloomy expressions. Black Star, where did you get this information? Is it true? You have to be responsible for spouting nonsense. As soon as they met, Mar Bruce asked a series of questions. His tone was extremely serious, as if he was questioning him. According to the information provided by Han Shao, the World Tree Civilization had already noticed the traces of the outsiders and was thinking of ways to track them. This was a huge matter that affected the overall strategy, so they could not be careless. This intelligence did not contain any evidence, and it looked like an irresponsible guess. Furthermore, even they only dared to carefully explore the uninhabited areas and had no clue about the World Tree Civilization's movements. Then, where did Han Zhao's intelligence come from? The 3 of them couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of this statement. I have a special intelligence channel. This is a special primal Esper ability entity called Destiny's Child. It has extraordinary abilities at the information form level. Han Shao explained Destiny's Child's abilities. Child of Destiny? The 3 of them looked at each other. Their small eyes were filled with doubt. This primal Esper ability entity did not exist in the known super high-risk Esper ability tables, nor was it recorded in the confidential database of the 3 universal civilizations. This was the first time the 3 of them had heard of this primal Esper ability entity. So, you guys really don't know? Han Shao was helpless. He had once inquired about Destiny's Child's information, but there was no record of it in the dynasty's database. He had thought that the relevant information might be stored in the confidential database. It seemed like the 3 universal civilizations did not know about the existence of Destiny's Child either. However, the information form ability was indeed good at hiding its existence. Is Destiny's Child currently in your hands? Is it reliable? Lewis asked. It is indeed in my hands, and there's no problem with the intelligence. Han Shao nodded and hid the existence of the Holy Covenant. Hearing this, the ethereal Pope said with a deep voice, "There's no proof. We have to check before we can confirm its authenticity. Furthermore, such an intelligence channel should be controlled by us. Han Xiao shook his head and said with a heavier tone, "At this point, you guys still have doubts about me? Who provided the confidential information about the world tree? It was me, right? I showed my sincerity, but what did you guys do? In order to confirm if my information was true, you guys went to explore the world tree civilization through the wormhole, which eventually led to your exposure. Of course, from your standpoint, this is understandable. I understand you guys, but it's also a fact that you were detected by the enemy. No matter how correct your motives are, you can't change the bad outcome. It's because I knew that you guys might mess up, so I didn't tell you about the existence of the world tree in the past." The three of them froze. Bruce coughed and took the initiative to explain. "It's not that we doubt you, but we can't casually believe information with questionable authenticity. If we don't confirm it beforehand, it will be too late when the problem occurs. This isn't the first time you guys have said this, but what happened in the end? You guys are still acting according to the confidential information I provided. The so-called confirmation is just unnecessary in my opinion, and it will only increase the risk of exposure." The three of them opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. Lewis said, "Black Star, don't be agitated. We've always been cautious and haven't met any life forms of the world tree civilization. With just the perception of a primal Esper ability form, I don't think we could be 100% sure that the other party has already detected our existence. You still want to be 100% sure?" Han Zhao's eyes widened. "Then why don't we just show up and ask the world tree civilization? That way, it'll definitely be 100% sure." Lewis's lips twitched, and he stopped talking. Bruce said helplessly, "But the information—" Han Xiao interrupted Bruce and said, "I know you guys are worried. I don't expect you guys to trust me completely, but you guys stole the information on the network, so you should have confirmed the world tree's attitude toward the outside world. Since everyone is prey, then we're already on the same side. Do you still need to worry about me having any bad intentions and specially guard against me? The threat is imminent, and now is not the time for internal suspicion. Be it me or you guys, we have to believe that what we're doing is for the same goal. We won't deliberately cause trouble. If I hadn't confirmed the authenticity of this information, would I have said it? If this information channel is exposed because you guys insist on checking, what should we do?" The three of them frowned. That was right. They were all comrades now, so they should trust each other. However, could it be that Black Star deliberately did not want them to confirm it to hide the fishy nature of this information? They could not help but think in this direction. Their identities determined that they had to consider all kinds of situations. Seeing their reactions, Han Xiao knew what they were thinking and shook his head in disappointment. At the end of the day, countless years of peace have made you guys arrogant, thinking that you can deal with any situation. Maybe my information gave you guys too much of an illusion, making you guys feel that you have the advantage and can control the situation. You're completely wrong. I hope you guys can recognize reality. The world tree is stronger than all of you combined. As long as it finds us and starts a war, the situation will instantly go out of control. We'll be destroyed at any time and become the next Karma Republic." "Then what do you suggest?" Bruce asked. "I'll be direct. I won't hand over this information channel to you guys. Even if you don't believe me now, you should consider how to deal with this situation. The world tree civilization has advanced unknown detection methods and has discovered traces of outsiders. They have entered a state of alert, but they have not succeeded in tracking them. Therefore, I suggest that we stop the regular exploration and reduce the chances of further contact. We should temporarily wait and give more time for the secondary dimension expedition team to find the world tree's main body. But if we don't explore, how are we going to get the information? With all due respect, most of the information you guys have obtained so far is meaningless. Since there are no results, you might as well stop and use Destiny's Child's channel. What you mean is that we don't have to do anything and just have to listen to you obediently. We'll believe whatever you say. Do you think that's possible?" The ethereal Pope at the side spoke with a dissatisfied tone. He paused for a moment before adding, "Either hand over Destiny's Child to us, or let us send researchers to study it together to prove that the information is reliable." Han Xiao laughed. Are you forcing me now? Yes, I can make concessions for the sake of righteousness. Let's study Destiny's Child together and dispel your suspicions. As long as we don't do that, it will seem like it's my fault. Because I have the channel, I have to make concessions. If I don't let you guys have a share, you won't accept my opinion. You're mistaken. Mar Bruce felt that the atmosphere was a little off and wanted to explain. Han Shao interrupted him, and his smile slowly turned cold. You three-dog asterisk T things. I've tolerated you guys for a long time. You guys don't seem to have figured out who needs who. Do you really think I have no choice? I'm willing to protect the Galactic Society, which is why I'm cold. However, the universe is so big. Is this the only place you guys can stay? If you piss me off, I'll just leave with the Beyond Grade A Association and the organizations under me. Whether it's to the unexplored universe or the secondary dimensions, I'll leave you guys to deal with the World Tree civilization alone. Do you want to try? The three of them were shocked. They had almost forgotten that the Beyond Grade A Association had a way out. With their abilities, even if they escaped to the unexplored universe, they would be able to live very well. To the three universal civilizations, this was definitely the worst outcome. As long as the Beyond Grade has made up their minds, they could completely abandon the Galactic Society that they had lived in for a long time. To be honest, even if all the living beings here died, it would not have anything to do with most of the Beyond Grade as there was no reason for them to stay and fight. If news of the World Tree spread, there would definitely be people who would choose to escape. If even Black Star, who had mastered the Sanctum Revival, was not willing to stay, one could imagine the choices of the other Beyond Grade as. With such influence, Black Star was not a partner with no way out, but an equal with the bargaining power. He was a force that they had to fight for. Mar Bruce could not sit still anymore and hurriedly said, "Don't be angry. That's not what we meant. Black Star, Your Excellency, we're just stating the facts. We don't have any thoughts of benefits." Lewis also hurriedly comforted him. "It was my bad choice of words that caused a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart." The ethereal Pope had no choice but to lower his head, feeling depressed. Even after being scolded, we still have to take the initiative to apologize. As the leaders of the three universal civilizations, when have we ever been so humble? Seeing this, Han Shao put away his anger and regained his expressionless face. He slowly said, "I'll continue to share the information. Whether you believe me or not is your business. I can't be bothered. Also, I'll be making a trip to the World Tree Civilization's territory in a while to increase the surveillance of Destiny's Child. Remember to prepare the World Tree Channel, or the multi-dimensional sky, opening transportation device. If we don't even have this bit of trust, I don't think there's a need for us to cooperate. All right, we'll take care of it." Mar Bruce answered before the other two. Now is not the time to continue bargaining. Han Shao nodded and suddenly said, "There's another thing. Hurry up and fulfill your promise and admit the independence of the association. Don't think about delaying it again and again. Don't think that you can shirk it off just because the war breaks out. It's still the same. At most, I'll just leave." With that, the communication ended and the remote projection disappeared. Only the three of them were left in the room. They looked at each other with complicated expressions. I didn't expect to be scolded by him in front of everyone. Did we force him too much? Lewis smiled bitterly. Don't underestimate him. How can a formidable person like Black Star lose his composure so easily? He's just using this as an excuse to make a fuss. The ethereal Pope shook his head, paused, and said helplessly, "But he did hit the nail on the head. Black Star is really—" Mar Bruce hesitated for a moment before sighing. "He's fully fledged." On the other side, Han Shao turned around and returned to his office. He snorted and threw the communicator aside. These 3B asterisk stars have dog faces. If I don't give them 2 slaps, they won't know who's the daddy now. Chapter 1336. As the saying went, even if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Currently, only the 3 universal civilizations and Han Shao were blocking the pressure brought by the World Tree. Most people in the Galactic Society did not know about it. Under the peaceful appearance, undercurrents surged. Half a month passed quickly, and it was time for the Star Ocean General Court. The Star Ocean General Court was hosted by the three universal civilizations, and the participants included the supercluster, star cluster, and star system civilizations in the universe. Unlike the regional civilization conferences of the various star fields, the Star Ocean General Court was the most authoritative civilization conference, the core of the entire galactic society. It was solemn and was also known as the Central Council. There was a fixed meeting every year, which usually lasted for several months. During this period, there would be frequent meetings to consider the issues submitted by the various civilizations, coordinate the development of all the galactic civilizations, mediate disputes, discuss the management of the galactic society, and so on, including but not limited to the people's livelihood, economy, military disaster relief, and so on. However, most of the galactic residents did not pay much attention to this matter because they had meetings every year, and most of the time, they talked about some old topics. Most of the galactic residents would not deliberately pay attention to it. Usually, they would only casually look at the simplified version of the news media summary after the meeting. The venue of the Star Ocean General Court was in the shape of a petal. In the center was the chairman's table, and around it were the representatives of the three universal civilizations. Extending out were rows of fan-shaped seats, and the seats were arranged according to the level of the civilization. Supercluster civilizations sat in the inner circle, and star system civilizations sat in the outermost circle. The invited news media had a special broadcast area. At this time, the venue was filled with diplomatic envoys from various civilizations. The meeting had been going on for quite some time. The chairman had just finished a round of voting and rejected a proposal to increase the regional security budget. He then flipped to the next topic, looked up at the representatives of the three universal civilizations, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Then, the next topic is a joint proposal by the Radiant Federation, the Red Empire, and the Arcane Church. This proposal believes that the Beyond Grade A Development Union plays an indispensable role in maintaining the operation of the Galactic Society and has extraordinary influence. At the same time, it is dedicated to maintaining the peace and stability of the Galactic Society and has made indelible contributions. We hereby propose to amend the Peace Treaty and other galactic laws to make an exception and accept the Beyond Grade A Development Union, allowing it to enjoy an independent official status with rights and treatment equal to that of advanced civilizations. The proposer of the proposal, please come to the stage." The president read the agenda according to the script, and the hall, which was originally filled with whispers of discussion, suddenly fell silent. Other than a portion of the subsidiary civilizations that had already contacted the three universal civilizations, the other representatives were all stunned. The three universal civilizations had made peace with the Beyond Grade A Association not long ago, and now they're so eager to help. Not to mention the inside story, there was no precedent in history for a civilian organization to have the same official status as a civilization. The three universal civilizations proposal was the first, so one could imagine the backlash from the outside world. What kind of reason would make the three universal civilizations willing to bear such a price and seek political benefits for the association? Most of the representatives of the civilizations were dumbfounded. They thought this was just a routine meeting, but the three universal civilizations suddenly threw out such a huge bomb. The news media at the scene instantly perked up. This was the smell of big news. Under everyone's gazes, the dynasty's diplomatic representative stood up and walked onto the stage. He looked around the venue and slowly explained the reason for the proposal, emphasizing the unique position of the Beyond Grade A Association in the current galactic landscape. His speech was full of praise, almost praising the association to the skies. After listening for a while, the expressions of the representatives of the various civilizations became even stranger. Why does it sound so familiar? Did you guys slack off and change all the blockades to anonyms? When the representatives of the three universal civilizations finished their statements, the president announced the start of the debate and consultation segment. A large number of representatives immediately requested to speak. Although the Galaxy General Court was presided over by the three universal civilizations, if they wanted to add new terms to the Galactic Universal Law, they would still have to vote. Those who objected could raise their doubts after the presentation segment. However, as the final winners of the exploration era, the rulers of the explored universe with absolute power, the three universal civilizations naturally would not be so stupid as to give up too much power. They all gave themselves the privilege of one vote to veto and one vote to decide. One vote to veto the voting result of a topic, pushing it back to the proposal stage, and a new round of presentation, debate, amendment, and voting would be carried out until the result was satisfactory. If they used one vote to decide, they would skip the voting stage directly. However, their priority was lower than one vote to veto, which meant that only the three universal civilizations could waive one vote to decide. However, the number of times the three universal civilizations used their privilege could be counted on one hand. As long as it did not involve their major interests, they would not interfere. Most of the time, they would only act as referees and rarely participate personally. The representatives of the three universal civilizations dealt with the questions of the various participants with ease and avoided the sharp questions with a single sentence. Among them, the supercluster civilization was the calmest. They had received this news long ago and watched coldly from the sidelines while secretly trying to figure out what was going on between Black Star and the three universal civilizations. Amidst the excitement of the crowd, the voting segment soon arrived. The representatives of the civilizations who did not know about it previously considered many factors and were basically against it. No one wanted to set this precedent. The voting results were displayed on the virtual screen. There were many votes against it, and it did not reach the standard of passing the draft. The president took a look and said, "There are not enough votes in favor, so we'll reject this." Before he finished, the representative of the Radiant Federation knocked on the table and said calmly, "We'll exercise one vote to veto." The president nodded, not surprised at all. "Then, let's re-enter the proposal stage. Please." However, before he could finish, the representative of the Red Empire slowly said, "We'll exercise one vote to decide." As soon as he said that, the representatives of the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church agreed at the same time. Seeing this, the representatives of the various civilizations were in an uproar. They felt that it was expected, but also surprised. The reason was that they had guessed that the three universal civilizations would exercise their privileges, but they did not expect the three universal civilizations to directly use two privileges. The three universal civilizations basically would not use two privileges at the same time. After one vote was rejected, they would usually let everyone vote again. During this time, they would lobby and fight for votes, which would more or less give the other civilizations a sense of participation. However, after being rejected, they immediately decided with one vote. The attitude of the representative was very firm, and the subtext was that this proposal had to be passed. He was very domineering and did not mind having a say in it. Are the three universal civilizations so determined to support the Beyond Grade A Association? What exactly is going on? The representatives of the various civilizations were itching. As many news media outlets rushed to forward the news of the three universal civilizations fighting for an official status for the Beyond Grade Association spread like wildfire, immediately causing a storm of public opinion in the galactic society. The storm of the peace talks between the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association had not been settled for long, and another shocking news broke out, instantly becoming the hottest topic. A large number of galactic residents could not understand the actions of the three universal civilizations. During the peace talks not long ago, although the three universal civilizations had taken a step back, they at least had a dignified reason. How are they going to explain this now? Just making peace was not enough. They even wanted to help the association become an official member. What were they doing? Compensations? First, they attacked aggressively. Then they were scared into taking a step back. This was already embarrassing enough, but they did not expect the three universal civilizations to compensate the association and still insist that they were not scared. Only a fool would believe that. As soon as this proposal was exposed, it was strongly opposed by a large number of galactic residents. Originally, their dissatisfaction with the Beyond grade as had been suppressed, but seeing that the association was about to become an official member, many people could not take it anymore and attacked the association. The most mainstream argument was that the association did not have the right to become an official organization and should not let a Beyond Grade A group have such an identity. Due to the series of intensification of the class conflict, the Beyond Grade A Association had become the main target of hatred. Now that they saw the association develop further and were even about to be cleansed, many galactic residents were furious. This kind of mentality was like seeing their enemy living a good life. They were born with a deep prejudice. On the contrary, most of the supers in the various star fields were excited. They had always been looking forward to the Beyond Grade A Association being the leader, but they did not expect it to really be so. Furthermore, it was the first time in history. No matter how the association did it, a large number of supers were full of admiration. With an official status, the three universal civilizations would not be able to publicize the illegality of the association. They would not have to worry about losing their citizenship in the galactic society after joining the association. Due to the three universal civilizations having the final say in the Galaxy General Court, many civilizations expressed their attitudes through various channels. They first acknowledged the association's important influence, but tactfully felt that it was too much to make an exception. They claimed that they did not know about the private transactions between the three universal civilizations and the association and expressed their dissatisfaction. In contrast, the reaction of the players to this news was a little slower, mainly because most people did not understand the meaning behind it. In their opinion, it was fine as long as the Beyond Grade A Association was strong enough. These political things seemed meaningless. However, after some storytelling players explained on the forums, many players finally understood the difference. Treating civilizations as countries means that the Beyond Grade A Association used to be a company, but now it's a country. So, the Beyond Grade as are establishing a country? More or less. No matter how strong the association is, it's still a civilian organization. Now it's finally upgraded. I understand. The next main storyline should be the Beyond Grade A country, witnessing the birth of a different super civilization, and Black Star is the highest leader. Is that why it's called the Black Star era? Awesome, you know what I mean now. Sigh. As an old player who fell into the pit in version 1.0, witnessing old Black start from scratch and achieve what he has today with my own eyes is really touching. It's as if I'm recalling my youth. No, I have to watch Pork Bun's Black Star Core videos from the beginning again. Previous poster, please cover your ID when you advertise yourself. Thank you for your cooperation. On the forums, many players were excited. When the three universal civilizations were in a cold war with the association, many players thought that the next main storyline would be a war between the two sides, but they did not expect it to end in peace. Now that the Beyond Grade has had established a country, in the eyes of many players, the main storyline mission would definitely revolve around this point. This time, they would definitely not be wrong. While the outside world was in an uproar over the association's promotion, Han Xiao had already made his preparations and set off for the territory of the World Tree Civilization. Central Galaxy, border of the abyss of stars. The huge fleet surrounded a multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device. At this time, the teleportation device was being warmed up, and there was only Han Xiao inside the teleportation device. We've set the coordinates to a location that has not been activated before. It's located in an uninhabited area. If what you said is true, then the World Tree Civilization has an unknown detection method. You'd better leave immediately when you reach the other side and find a way to hide yourself. In the mechanical suit's built-in communication channel, the fleet commander Simon was carefully instructing him on the things to take note of. You guys just need to send me over. I'll take care of the rest, Han Xiao replied. You have the King mechanical suit anyway. We don't need to pick you up. Just act according to the situation. Simon nodded. In the end, the three universal civilizations accepted the suggestion and agreed to send Han Xiao to the territory of the World Tree Civilization. Because Han Xiao had the king, there was no need to pick him up. To Han Xiao, as long as he left the throne behind, he could teleport at any time in the future. This was the reason why the three universal civilizations did not allow him to participate in the exploration. However, he was worried that the connection between the king and the throne would become a clue to his location, so he placed many thrones in different secondary dimensions. Furthermore, he had to choose the location carefully when leaving the thrones in the territory of the World Tree Civilization. I hope I can achieve some results this time. Han Zhao's thoughts raced. This trip to the territory of the World Tree Civilization was only one of the goals of helping Destiny's Child. Anyway, the World Tree Civilization had already sensed an outsider. As long as he did not leak any information about the explored universe, he might be able to act boldly. If there was a chance, he wanted to see if he could find clues about the World Tree's main body on the other side. This was extremely important. Just relying on the expedition fleet was too random. At the same time, he also wanted to see if virtual purification restore had any effect on the members of the World Tree Civilization. Just as Han Xiaoxin was thinking, the multidimensional sky opening transportation device finally finished heating up. It began to spin rapidly and turned into a ball of light. "Cut off all links," Simon said in the channel before turning off the communication network. Han Xiao activated the mechanical suit's isolation mode and blocked all the network links, including Philip, completely cutting off the network. Very soon, the multidimensional sky opening transportation device reached its limit. Buzz! Suddenly, a light flashed, and the teleportation device quickly stopped. The interior was empty, and Han Zhao's figure disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1337. The feeling of the multidimensional sky opening transportation device was almost the same as the king's teleportation. His vision blurred and his body lightened. He arrived at the target location. The three universal civilizations' fleets around him disappeared, turning into an empty universe. This is the territory of the World Tree Civilization. Let's confirm the location first. Han Xiao quickly activated all kinds of detection equipment to observe the surrounding environment. It was indeed an uninhabited area. The exploration of the three universal civilizations was not completely useless. At the very least, they had stolen the star map of the World Tree Civilization from the internet, which provided him with considerable convenience in his infiltration. However, because it was not convenient for him to connect to the World Tree Civilization's network, he could not enjoy the navigation of the network. He needed to find a planet as a coordinate point to confirm his exact location. Then, he would use the backup independent artificial intelligence synchronization star map model and use the spatial distance measurement technology and the calculation formula of star distance and vision to create a navigator for himself. There was no need to connect to the network. Although there would be some errors, it was basically enough. Coming to the territory of the World Tree Civilization alone, it was not convenient for him to contact the explored universe. Therefore, he could not obtain any remote assistance at the moment. Han Xiao entered the quantum network vision but did not invade the nodes. Instead, he used this method to check the areas with dense nodes to determine where there were people and avoid them. I wonder what the World Tree Civilization's detection method is. Han Zhao's eyes flickered. Ever since he came to the territory of the World Tree Civilization, he had a faint sense of danger in his heart. It was as if just staying in the territory of the World Tree Civilization was a dangerous thing. Feeling this intuition, Han Xiao had a guess as to why the three universal civilizations were exposed. Just staying here makes me feel out of place, as if I'm being spied on. The World Tree has a powerful information form ability. Maybe it's a detection method specially targeted at external information form? Han Xiao thought to himself. Logically speaking, the three universal civilizations had never encountered any life from the World Tree Civilization, and the areas they had explored previously were all uninhabited areas. They had taken measures to conceal themselves, so they should not have been discovered. However, If the World Tree civilization had set up an unknown foreign information state surveillance network in the entire territory, the situation would be hard to say. According to Han Zhao's understanding, the three universal civilizations' research in the field of information form had always been slow, and there was no such technology. If they switched roles and let the World Tree civilization use the same method to spy on the explored universe, the three universal civilizations would most likely not discover it. I hope the mark of Destiny's Child can be of some use. Han Xiao glanced at the mark on his hand. Destiny's Child was also an expert in the field of information forms, and he had the unobservability of high-dimensional information forms. This temporary mark could activate the relevant concealment function and achieve information closure similar to Rhodey's. It could not be observed by ordinary people, and it might be able to hide from the unknown surveillance methods of the World Tree civilization to a certain extent. However, the three universal civilizations had already alerted the enemy and made the World Tree sense the existence of outsiders. The main reason he hid his tracks was to facilitate the mission. As long as he did not reveal any information about the explored universe, it was not a big deal even if he was discovered, as long as he could escape in time. Let's enclose the land first. Han Xiao calmed himself down, activated the various concealment devices, chose a direction, and flew over. After sailing in the direction of the quantum node for a while, a yellow planet finally appeared in the observation device. It seemed to be a colonial planet. A few space gaps opened in the outer space, from which bluish-green translucent roots extended out and inserted into the planet, constantly expanding and contracting at a frequency like breathing. The roots of the World Tree. Han Xiao stopped and used this planet to calibrate his position in the star map, finally establishing the navigation module. He only glanced at it from afar and did not approach. If only he could start from the roots and follow the vines to find the location of the World Tree's main body. Unfortunately, it had been proven in his previous life that this method would not work, so he had to think about it at length. Han Xiao glanced at the yellow planet again and nodded to himself. This should be a planet that has been transformed into a planet. Everything that the World Tree swallowed would be stored in an information form after digesting it, and it could be transformed into a physical body. A planet being swallowed did not mean that it would disappear, but it would exist in a different form. The World Tree could create it again, as long as it consumed a certain amount of energy and resources. However, the resources needed to materialize did not require matching materials. The World Tree had an inseparable relationship with psionic energy. Psionic energy could be decomposed into many forms of energy, and it was often regarded as universal energy. The World Tree also had a similar function, which involved material changes. For example, using the World Tree to create steel, the materials consumed could be wood, seawater, or all kinds of random things. With enough energy, a series of unknown transformations would be carried out inside the World Tree, and it would finally turn into solid steel. It was like a profound alchemy product that no one could understand. Turning stone into gold was just a basic operation, like some kind of synthesizer. Although the World Tree had a will, it was also a space wonder with the attribute of a tool. It was used by the civilization, and after many years of experiments, it had calculated the composition of countless objects. It was precisely because of this characteristic that the World Tree civilization's war strength was extremely strong, almost unstoppable, and their army was endless. Many resources came from planets. The World Tree civilization would transform valuable planets in their base camp and let them continue to evolve, giving birth to all kinds of materials, thus accumulating more resources. Swallowing a planet in one bite was like a one-time transaction, and after the transformation, there would be a long-term harvest. It was a positive cycle. Now is not the time to cause trouble. After Han Xiao activated the navigation star map, he immediately left and disappeared. After a while, the roots that were inserted into the yellow planet suddenly rippled, and an illusory fleet sailed out, quickly turning into a physical body. In the command room, Barbany looked at the yellow planet curiously. There seems to be an abnormal reaction around here. Could it be that the outsiders are not satisfied with exploring everywhere this time and want to spy on our planet? I'm not sure. The reaction of the Information Form Warning Network this time is very weak. I don't know if it's a mistake. The captain shook his head. Let's use the Information Form camera first. Barbany waved his hand. Very soon, the fleet activated this device, and the light green light screen quickly scanned the surrounding area. The results showed that everything was normal, and there was no sign of Han Shao, like the three universal civilizations who had cleared all traces. The captain looked at the result, nodded, and said, "The Information Form traces are intact, and there are no abnormal clues. Based on the situation where the outsiders cleared all traces last time, it's either a mistake this time, or the outsiders have a higher level of Information Form technology. Could be a new prey." Barbany became excited again. We can't rule out this possibility. The Information Form technology of the newcomers is obviously higher than the outsiders who cleared all traces last time. Maybe they're two different groups of people. However, the world tree roots are right next to us. If the outsiders clear the traces here like last time, they will be discovered immediately. I'm more inclined to believe that it's a mistake. The captain analyzed for a while before saying, "For safety reasons, we have to be careful. Since the camera has failed, the other party might have used a high-dimensional information form method. We still need you to investigate it personally." Hearing this, Barbany nodded, turned around, and flew out of the cabin. His body entered the universe. Then, waves of blue-green light emerged from his body and gathered in his visual organs, emitting a hazy green light. As he patrolled this area, he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, Barbany stopped and looked in a certain direction. It was the area where Han Shao had been. The green light in his eyes gradually grew stronger. At this moment, a blurry image that looked like a wave of water suddenly appeared in the area covered by the light. It was like a cluster of glowing particles, very sparse. "I see it. It's indeed a high-dimensional information form." Barbany perked up. The high-dimensional information form was unobservable, and the related technology was very profound. Even if they stood in front of them, ordinary people would not be able to discover them, and the information form camera would not be able to detect them. The disguise provided by the Destiny's Child imprint was the high-dimensional information form. However, as the Holy Tree emissary, Barbany could borrow the World Tree's high-dimensional information vision to cancel out the information closure. Others could not see the high-dimensional information form, but he could. That was how he discovered the traces. However, just by borrowing the high-dimensional information vision, he could not completely retrace the situation like a camera. He could not obtain specific information and could only detect certain traces of movement. The number of outsiders is unknown. There shouldn't be many. They stayed nearby for a few seconds. This outsider seems to still be with us?" Barbany suddenly exclaimed, and his tone became excited again. In his field of vision, this cluster of glowing particle-like traces extended in two directions. One was the way they came, and the other was naturally the way they left. It pointed in the direction where the outsider left, which meant that the outsider did not teleport away, but still stayed in their civilization's territory. "Holy Tree emissary, what should we do next?" the captain asked in the channel. "Humph, you guys wait for orders in the tree. I'll chase after them and see if I can capture this outsider alive." Barbany could not wait to move. He turned into a blue-green beam of light and shot out, chasing after Han Shao. On the other side, Han Shao was speeding through the universe, searching for a suitable starting point according to the star map. Just as he was focused on his journey, there was a sudden movement on the interface. "You have triggered an emergency mission. Nowhere to hide." Mission introduction. In the territory of the World Tree Civilization, there is almost no place for outsiders to hide. Your whereabouts have been discovered, and someone is following the clues you left behind. Mission requirements. Deal with the pursuers. Reward. Unknown. I've been activating the concealment device and even activated the high-dimensional information form disguise of the Destiny's Child imprint, but I was still discovered so quickly. The World Tree surveillance methods are so sharp. Han Xiao frowned, and his mind spun. Chapter 1338. The mission notification said that in the World Tree territory, there was almost nowhere for outsiders to hide. Han Xiao became more and more vigilant about the World Tree's unknown detection methods. The World Tree civilization surveillance of their own territory far surpasses that of the three universal civilizations. If I don't figure out what's going on, I'm afraid I won't be able to move an inch here. Han Xiao frowned. Now that his whereabouts have been discovered, if he continued to escape, he would only be pursued. With the convenience of the World Tree's mental network, the pursuers could share information and surround him, which was quite troublesome for him. Looks like I have to adjust the plan. It's not suitable for me to carry out the mission now, Han Xiao thought to himself. If he did not figure out what the World Tree civilization's detection methods were, he would not even know how he was exposed. He would not even know how to avoid them. Since the pursuers were behind him, he had no choice but to get rid of them. He could try to find out the mechanism of the detection method from the other party. He originally wanted to see if the virtual purification would work on the people of the World Tree civilization. Now, the opportunity had come. Due to the mechanism of the mental network, if he came into contact with the people of the World Tree civilization, the scene of him taking action would be observed. There were many risks, such as the other party calling for reinforcements. He might have to leave if he could not continue the mission. However, this was not a big problem. It was not like he could only come to the World Tree civilization's territory once. There was no time limit to the mission. If he could not do it this time, he could do it next time. On the other hand, if he could learn about the World Tree's detection methods from the pursuers, it would be more valuable. At least he would not have to fumble around blindly. However, although I've been discovered, it's not like I don't have an advantage. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The current situation seemed to be that the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. However, the pursuers had discovered him, but they probably did not know that he had discovered the other party through the interface mission. From another perspective, the enemy might be in the light while he was in the dark. Although he did not know what was going on with the pursuers, they were most likely following his tracks. Perhaps he could set up an ambush and end the battle quickly, preventing the pursuers from seeing too many of his methods. TSK, I just want to sneak around. You have to force me. The corners of Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He stopped moving forward and instead turned around to fly for a while before starting to set up his plan. A green streak of light flew across the starry sky. Barbani had been keeping his high-dimensional information vision the entire time. In his eyes, a path made of light particles of light to follow him. How audacious. You actually dared to stay behind and try to obtain more information. You're courting death. Barbani was not angry. Instead, he was happy and excited. Although the Holy Tree emissaries had high authority, they had nothing to do most of the time. After all, the World Tree was connected to everyone. There were no criminals or rebels, so there was basically no internal friction. These experts did not produce anything. Other than training and material enjoyment, there was nothing else to do. Many people were even too lazy to show themselves and had been sleeping in the tree, living in the virtual world. Now that he had encountered something interesting, Barbani was overjoyed. His heart was full of expectations. I hope these outsiders have some ability and let me play to my heart's content. However, just as his imagination was running wild, a sudden change occurred. The surrounding space suddenly trembled as if it had turned solid in an instant. Barbani's speed plummeted as if he had fallen into a swamp. At the same time, dozens of starlights suddenly lit up in his field of vision. The next moment, dozens of huge blue and white beams of light came from all directions, striking across the field of vision. Barbani was at the intersection of the beams of light, and the dazzling light instantly swallowed his body. Is this an ambush? The intense pain of his flesh, evaporating instantly, engulfed every nerve like a volcanic eruption. Barbani felt his body dissolving, and his life force was rapidly flowing out. The power of the attack was beyond his expectations, and he was instantly shocked and furious. Other than the outsiders, it could not be anyone else. Barbani could not believe it. This group of outsiders had actually sensed his pursuit. Not only did they not escape, they even wanted to counterattack. Barbani was shocked and furious. Just as he was about to break free from the restraints, a red light suddenly appeared within the dozens of blue and white beams of light. The next moment, the red light suddenly expanded, dyeing the beams of light red, and the output power skyrocketed. An explosion occurred at the intersection of the beams of light, like the birth of a red sun. Barbani's figure was sent flying. His body was covered in wounds, as if he was burnt. He was shocked. The lethality of this round of attacks shocked him. He did not expect that with his ability, he would be severely injured in a single exchange. He did not even see the enemy's figure. This time, the outsider actually had such powerful strength. I can't deal with it alone. I have to call for help. Barbani hurriedly wanted to take action, but at this moment, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his line of sight. It swept across his body in an instant. At this moment, Barbani's body froze, and a blank expression appeared on his face. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was looking at this place through a remote device, raised his brows in surprise. The virtual purification worked? Han Xiao had set up ambushes and traps in the places he had passed by earlier. He used a bunch of technologies from Jay's treasures to cover up the traces as much as possible. These dozens of high-intensity beams of light came from a special floating weapon array. It was a universal treasure-level mechanical equipment and was originally one of the accessories of the mechanical deity. Its lethality was shocking. Han Xiao had thought that the pursuers might be a fleet, so he was prepared to attack if the ambush failed. However, he realized that it was only one person chasing after him. According to his understanding of the World Tree civilization, this person was most likely a beyond grade, a holy tree emissary, an ancestral spirit, or something like that. It could not be one of the 5 great tree kings. He immediately set up an ambush and obtained the other party's combat information through the interface. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Barbani's level was far lower than his, and his energy rank was around 55,000. He was only an ordinary beyond grade A super. Even if he could borrow part of the World Tree's power, he would not be able to fight back in front of him. Therefore, after using Virtual Purification Restore, Han Xiao was prepared to kill him immediately. However, the feedback from the combat information made him stop. The interface showed that the virtual purification had taken effect. It actually worked. Han Xiao sucked in a breath of hot air. When he obtained Virtual Purification Restore, he had suspected that this move might be effective against the World Tree, but he did not expect it to really work. The mental network of the World Tree connected everyone. In his eyes, it was like an extremely large, intelligent host that processed, distributed, and monitored the information of every individual. All the lives swallowed by the World Tree would have their minds rewritten. No matter how much hostility they had, they would be loyal to the World Tree in the end. The negative memories did not disappear, only faded. The effect of Virtual Purification Restore was to purify intelligent targets infected by the virus, and the nature of the life forms swallowed by the World Tree would also change, becoming some kind of symbiotic relationship. Even if they did not materialize, they could live in the virtual world created by the World Tree, similar to artificial intelligence. Therefore, Han Xiao was not sure if this move would work, but it seemed that he had guessed correctly. However, Han Xiao was not happy for long before he realized the problem. The virtual purification only temporarily restored the other party's original thoughts, but the other party was still an individual swallowed by the World Tree. This connection would not be removed because of this, so the World Tree could rewrite the other party's thoughts at any time and cover the effect of the virtual purification. This meant that this move might only be able to wake the other party up temporarily. Furthermore, this move could only be used on enslaved targets. If the target was loyal to the World Tree, it was obviously useless. Fortunately, this guy called Barbani was not a native of the World Tree civilization, but an enemy that the World Tree civilization had devoured in the Universe War. Barbani was stunned on the spot. Countless memories collided in his mind, and the memories of his civilization being destroyed by the World Tree's iron hooves came back to life. He even remembered that after he was devoured, he had become an accomplice in the destruction of his civilization, and countless of his own race had died in his hands. His twisted thoughts were quickly corrected, and his perspective of looking at things returned to normal. The hostility and anger that had disappeared for a long time erupted like a volcano. World Tree, what did you make me do? Barbani covered his head, and his entire body trembled. It was like a roar, but also like a sorrowful howl. The pain contained in it was shocking. However, at this moment, Han Xiao activated the short-range teleportation device and appeared beside Barbani in an instant. He grabbed his body and said with a deep voice, "Are you awake? Are you awake? Time is of the essence, and I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you. Tell me the secrets you know when you wake up." Barbani pulled himself out of his grief and anger and immediately remembered what he had been doing before he woke up. These memories would not be removed by the virtual purification. There was no need for further explanation. He instantly understood the intentions of this outsider and his current situation. Without any hesitation, Barbani immediately told him the secrets of the World Tree that he knew. After regaining consciousness, to Barbani, no matter who this outsider was, as long as he was an enemy of the World Tree, he was someone worth helping. There was no need to think too much about it. Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and focused on memorizing the contents. Not long after, Barbani's expression suddenly changed, and a look of struggle flashed across his face. "They've noticed. Leave quickly. The people of the World Tree will arrive at any time. It's monitoring everyone and has already discovered that I've regained consciousness. I can't resist its will, and my thoughts will soon be rewritten." Han Xiao also saw the duration of the virtual purification in his status bar rapidly passing. His heart skipped a beat, and he knew that the World Tree had already noticed this out-of-control individual. He let go and was about to retreat when he realized that Barbani had taken the initiative to raise his hand and push him away. Then, cracks lit up all over his body, and he was about to detonate all his energy. When the light reached its peak, Barbani took a deep look at Han Xiao and said with a firm tone, "There's nothing we can do. We can't be saved anymore. No matter who you are, don't lose." Boom! The next moment, an intense explosion spread out, and Barbani self-destructed, turning into bright fireworks. Han Xiao was slightly moved. The actions of this awakened were far more decisive than he had imagined. Only intense hatred could drive the other party to make such a choice. I might have underestimated this move. Han Xiao's thoughts raced. However, there was no time to think. Han Xiao quickly put away the mechanical equipment present, activated the short-range teleportation device, and flashed away from this place. After a while, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in this area, and the roots of the World Tree extended out. A huge fleet sailed out and quickly turned from illusion to reality. Several Holy Tree emissaries descended and checked the scene. The Information Foreign Alert Network has just sent out the highest alert, indicating that the most serious information leak has happened here so far. The Holy Tree emissaries had solemn expressions. They had rushed over as soon as they received the alert. Not long ago, the World Tree had shared what Barbani had seen through the mental network. They were all shocked. Barbani betrayed us? How is that possible? He actually revealed the secret. What happened? What method did the outsider use to bewitch him? He has turned back into a seed. We can ask him what happened when he matures next time. The Holy Tree emissaries found this situation difficult to understand because no one had ever betrayed the World Tree. They did not even have the thought of betraying it. At this moment, more and more spatial rifts opened, and routes extended out, sending batches of fleets and experts here. Suddenly, the cold voice of the Tree King sounded in the mental network of everyone present. "Chase after him. Don't let this outsider leave alive." Chapter 1339. In the bright starry sky, Han Zhao's figure was rapidly flying. So that's how it is, the Information Form Warning Network. Thinking back to the information he had just received, Han Zhao's expression was solemn. Barbani had told him a lot of secrets, including the Information Form Warning Network, high-dimensional information vision, and other methods. Han Zhao finally knew how the other party had discovered him, and he could not help but have a headache. Unless one had information form technology that surpassed the world tree, this kind of detection method was almost unsolvable. No wonder the three universal civilizations were exposed so quickly. It was indeed difficult for outsiders to move an inch in the world tree civilization's territory. As for him triggering the warning network, it should be because he had observed the khaki planet and the roots of the world tree beside it at a close distance when he was calibrating the navigation device. As an outsider, he had interacted with the information collection of the world tree civilization, so he was detected. That was why the Holy Tree emissary came to check and used the high-dimensional information vision to track the traces he had left behind. Even with the Destiny's Child mark, it was not easy. It was as if he had an extremely strong sixth sense. If anyone looked at him, he would be able to sense the direction of their gaze and which part of him they were looking at. This won't be easy. I probably won't have the chance to complete the mission this time, Han Zhao thought to himself as his mind spun. The most important thing was the Information Form Warning Network. As long as the alarm was not triggered, even if he left traces behind, the world tree would not be able to detect it immediately. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, now that he had been discovered, the world tree emissary could follow the traces all the way. Under such circumstances, if he used the energy of Destiny's Child to enclose the land, he was worried that he would be discovered by the high-dimensional information vision. It would not even be convenient for him to leave the throne behind. According to the mechanism of the Information Form Warning Network, it was not impossible to avoid it. As long as he had the consciousness to avoid the information exchange and only flew in the universe without coming into contact with anything related to the world tree, he could still hide. Just like when he had just teleported over, there was no information entanglement, so the world tree did not discover him. However, this was easier said than done. At the very least, the alarm had already been triggered this time. There was basically no chance for him to hide now. As for the other secrets, Barbani also told him some. Some of them were already known to Han Zhao, and some were unknown to him. Among them, what he valued the most was the world tree's remote sensing of the location of external information. The more people knew about it, or the deeper the entanglement between the two sides, the direction of the explored universe would be exposed. This was not good. Although the three universal civilizations concealed the information, in order to explore in secret, they still let some people know about this. If we don't take further measures to keep it a secret, the number of people who know will only increase. Han Zhao's eyes twitched. The more he knew, the easier it was to be sensed. The world tree's anti-tracking ability was too troublesome. Unfortunately, there were no coordinates of the world tree's main body in this information. According to Barbani, he had never read any related information in the mental network. None of the Holy Tree emissaries and other upper echelons he had come into contact with knew about it. Even so, the value of this information exceeded all the results of the previous exploration. It was probably the biggest gain of this trip. Only by knowing the various methods of the world tree could they take countermeasures. Fortunately, the virtual purification is effective. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to obtain these secrets. Han Zhao thought to himself that he was lucky. The information he had now surpassed what he had in his previous life. After seeing Barbani's determined actions, he realized that the effect of the virtual purification might be beyond his expectations. There were many outsiders who had been devoured and assimilated by the world tree. If everyone had a similar awareness, they could all become potential spies. Whoever was chosen would become a traitor. Although the world tree would definitely target this move after being on guard. Once someone lost control, it would immediately rewrite their thoughts and cause the duration of the virtual purification to plummet. However, no matter how bad it was, it should still have time to self-destruct. This way, the foreign experts devoured by the World Tree might not be able to be of any use. However, the World Tree experts would not die completely. Once they died, they would turn into seeds and return to the World Tree, falling into a deep sleep. The World Tree could consume resources in time to mature, allowing it to wake up and revive. The mechanism was somewhat similar to the underworld, but there were subtle differences. The foundation of the underworld hero spirit's existence was the soul. By obtaining a physical body, they could recover their combat strength when they were alive. As long as the hero spirits existed, it did not matter if their bodies died because they were still alive. The revival mechanism of the World Tree was different. It was an ability of the information form domain, and every individual was unique. Due to the connection of the World Tree, the information was refreshed in real time. When an individual died, they would not maintain their consciousness like the hero spirits. Their thoughts would be as silent as if they had truly died. They would enter a dormant period and turn into a seed. Only the World Tree would replenish their nutrients and wake them up. In this regard, the World Tree was similar to the Sanctum Revival. However, the Sanctum Revival only needed to open the Sanctum and did not need to consume additional resources or time. As for the World Tree, this process required a large amount of resources and time to revive an individual. This meant that as long as they died, they would not be able to revive in a short period of time. This made Han Xiao think of the barracks in the old real-time strategy games in his previous life. The production of units required a channeling time, and the stronger the units, the longer the channeling time. The revival principles of the World Tree and the Sanctum are both related to the information form, but there is the principle of uniqueness. What will happen if I use the Sanctum to revive the World Tree experts first? Will the connection still exist? Han Xiao could not help but be curious. If possible, the Sanctum Revival might be able to continuously snatch away the experts controlled by the World Tree, causing the strength of both sides to decrease. However, the possibility of failure could not be ruled out. After all, the individual and the World Tree were in a symbiotic relationship. Even if the individual died, as long as the World Tree that preserved the individual's information form template still existed, the dead individual might be judged as still alive by the Sanctum. That way, they would not be able to revive and would be enslaved forever. Furthermore, based on the World Tree's mechanism, Han Xiao even suspected that the World Tree was like the previous master of the underworld and had intercepted the information form of the experts under him. If they did not enter the Sanctum, they would not be able to revive. I can only guess at the moment. I'll only know if I try it myself. But it's not convenient to take the risk now. Han Xiao pondered. Barbani was dead, and he did not know if the information he revealed could be considered a medium. Han Xiao did not want to take the risk of using the Sanctum Revival for the time being. If the connection of the World Tree was not broken because of this, there would be many more risks. This could be tested after the war broke out. At that time, he would not be afraid of exposing his coordinates. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind. He digested the new information he had obtained before opening the interface to take a look. The mission, Nowhere to Hide, that he had triggered earlier had been completed, and he immediately settled it. A notification popped up on the interface, showing that he had obtained 210 billion EXP, 2 random reward chances, and a Barbani character summon card. It was an offensive skill and was not of much use to him. Other than that, there was also a notification that the favorability of the World Tree faction had decreased greatly. At the same time, a new mission had been activated. You have triggered the emergency mission, World Tree's Wrath. Mission Introduction. Your actions have angered the World Tree. It views you as a huge threat and has decided to pursue you on a large scale to eliminate you. Mission Requirements. Deal with the pursuers and escape from the territory of the World Tree civilization. Reward depends on the mission rating. Mission rating depends on the resistance to escape. I really stirred up a hornet's nest. Han Xiao smacked his lips. It seemed like the virtual purification had left a deep impression on the World Tree and treated him as its #1 threat. As long as he was discovered, the other party would relentlessly pursue him. The mission itself was very simple. If he wanted to escape, he could just use the king to evacuate. However, the evaluation depended on the resistance. If he completed the mission so easily, he would probably get the lowest evaluation. There was no chance to complete the mission this time, so he could only come again next time. However, Han Xiao thought for a while and did not plan to retreat immediately. Since he had been discovered, he might as well use the virtual purification to get more information. At the same time, he could kill some World Tree experts and make them return to their seed state, temporarily reducing the high-end combat strength of the World Tree. Unfortunately, he did not know what would happen to the connection between the World Tree and the individual after the space-time amber sealed the target. He did not dare to take the risk, afraid that he would be remotely located after taking the amber away. However, this is the enemy's base after all. There are many strong people here, and there are many factors that can threaten me. If I'm too reckless, I'm afraid I'll fail. Han Xiao composed himself and took out bombs that were specially used to remove traces. As he sped along, he set them up. This kind of bomb could remove all traces of conventional information other than high-dimensional information forms, making it impossible for the information form camera to track them. Although the information form camera could not detect high-dimensional information forms to begin with, setting up these bombs could expand the area that the World Tree troops could not detect, which was beneficial to him. At the same time, behind Han Xiao, a huge fleet was chasing after him. In the command room, a group of Beyond Grade as looked out of the window, using the power of the World Tree to illuminate the high-dimensional information traces. The outsiders have started to remove traces on a large scale. The other party has already found out about the existence of the camera from Barbani. This is very likely a targeted measure. Mobilize more people to search the area to prevent the outsiders from leaving anything behind. The tall figure standing at the front spoke slowly. His tone was indisputable. Everyone else present looked at him as their leader. Tidrian, the nine-leaf executive officer, was in charge of this pursuit. He was the person with the highest status present. The World Tree had 5 great tree kings, and each tree king had 2 executive officers as assistants, ranked from 1 leaf to 10 leaf. The tree kings were usually in a deep sleep, absorbing the power of the World Tree to strengthen themselves. Therefore, these executive officers were the highest officials in charge of handling the affairs of the World Tree civilization. Not only did they have high authority, but they also had strong personal strength. None of the executive officers were lower than peak Beyond Grade as. Other than him, there were other peak Beyond Grade as in the room. It's easy for the other party to escape if we just chase after them. I've already informed some Holy Tree emissaries to ride the routes to intercept them. This was a high-level Holy Tree emissary. He had a deeper connection with the World Tree and stronger personal strength, far beyond what Barbani could compare to. There seems to be only one outsider. He's very strong, at least at the level of an executive officer. Be careful not to let him break through. Another person spoke. This time, it was an ancestor spirit. This identity was usually in charge of matters related to faith. The person who spoke was not an ordinary ancestor spirit, but a member of the 13 ancestor spirits. This represented the strongest 13 of the ancestor spirits, and their strength was at least at the peak of Beyond Grade A. Don't worry, His Excellency Tree King has been paying attention. If the situation isn't right, he will personally descend, Tidrian said coldly. He then looked back and said, Barbani has been bewitched. Babani was bewitched by someone. This time, those who are with me are all strong-willed. I hope you can resist the strange, bewitching methods of the outsiders. Hearing this, everyone present nodded. After being subjected to a virtual purification, although the World Tree did not know the principle, it felt threatened when it saw Barbani's performance through the mental network. To be on the safe side, the people sent to chase after them this time were all individuals loyal to the World Tree. There were no outsiders who had their minds rewritten. Chapter 1340. At this moment, the World Tree experts in the command room suddenly paused. The trajectory in their high-dimensional information vision suddenly split into 7 and fled in different directions. The outsider threw out bait and split up to confuse us. This is to disperse our forces. It seems like he still has the intention to counterattack. Seeing this, Tidrian narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, one of the 13 ancestor souls, named Roxilian, habitually pinched the small tentacles on his chin and slowly said, "If that's the case, we can only act separately. We can't miss any trace." Although the high-dimensional information vision could see through information closure and track traces, it could not retrace the exact content like a camera. There was still a limit to the world tree, so they could not immediately tell which of the 7 tracks Han Xiao had taken. Only by collecting enough information would they be able to tell the difference between the tracks. This would take some time. They would have to follow the tracks and collect samples before they could lock onto the main body of the outsider. If the outsider's goal was to escape, splitting into thousands of tracks would be a good way to confuse them and stall for more time. However, now that only 7 tracks had been separated, Tidrian guessed that the outsider was not giving up and wanted to counterattack. Even if the other 6 tracks were just bait, they still had to deal with them to prevent the outsider from leaving troops or other dangerous things in the civilization's territory. Then mobilize more people. Our reinforcements are very fast anyway. The high-level Holy Tree emissary Overman nodded in agreement. The group did not have any objections. In the territory of the World Tree civilization, they could ride the World Tree routes and travel quickly. As long as someone found the target and used the mental network to share their location, the others would be able to arrive quickly. Leave some people behind as mobile support troops. The rest will split up. Tidrian nodded. Not only were they chasing from behind, they were also following the direction of the tracks and letting some troops travel to the front to intercept them. They confirmed the changes in the tracks and kept narrowing the range. The World Tree's troops were mobilized endlessly, gradually forming a large encirclement net. A fleet followed one of the tracks for a long distance. The Holy Tree emissary on the ship focused on maintaining the high-dimensional information vision. At this moment, a message came from the mental network. The sender was the intercepting force in front of this pursuit. There are no follow-up tracks ahead. We are heading back to you and narrowing the search range. Be careful. Hearing this, the Holy Tree emissary immediately perked up. They were some distance away from the intercepting troops in front of them. Since the tracks in front of them had been cut off, it meant that the target was suspected to be in this distance. It was very likely that they would encounter them. Be careful. The enemy might appear at any moment. The Holy Tree emissary instructed the crew and cautiously sensed the surroundings. He was a little annoyed. It was a pity that the information form camera could not be used this time. Otherwise, whatever arrangements the enemy made, they would have nowhere to hide. There was no need to be so careful. After traveling for some distance, the spaceship's radar suddenly sounded an alarm. A high-energy strike has been detected. The shield has been automatically activated. Please avoid it. At the same time, a beam of light shot over from afar, piercing through the fleet's formation and quickly destroying many warships. Enemy attack. The Holy Tree emissary shivered and called for backup on the mental network without hesitation. Then, he immediately activated his energy shield to protect himself. A small mechanical army wrapped in golden mechanical force suddenly charged toward them from outside their field of vision, rapidly closing in and firing nonstop. In the high-dimensional information vision, the source of this trajectory was this army, but there did not seem to be the main body of the outsider. It seems like the path I chased was bait. The Holy Tree emissary looked vexed, as if he was regretting that he did not catch up to the main body of the outsider. At this moment, spatial rifts appeared in the surroundings, and many routes extended out. Batches of reinforcements quickly arrived, and in the blink of an eye, 6 to 7 beyond grade has arrived. Seeing this mechanical team fighting with the fleet, everyone knew that this path was not where the main body of the outsider was. Removing one fake path, there are 6 left. Let's deal with this mechanical team first, and let the Holy Tree swallow them, to analyze the information. Without another word, they immediately pounced forward, intending to end the battle as soon as possible. However, at this moment, one of the soldiers in the mechanical team suddenly self-destructed. Blue psionic energy suddenly bloomed and instantly swallowed the surrounding mechanical teams. Furthermore, the ball of light spread rapidly as if it would never stop expanding. Damn it, it's the primordial psionic energy. The expressions of the World Tree experts present changed, and they hurriedly stopped and retreated. The fleet that was originally surrounding them also dispersed and quickly turned around to leave. However, a portion of the spaceships were still unable to dodge in time and were swallowed by the primordial psionic energy. The larger the ball of light, the faster it expanded. All matter and energy that it came into contact with were assimilated, and psionic energy kept expanding. However, at this moment, spatial rifts appeared in the surroundings again. The roots of the World Tree reached into the ball of psionic energy and rapidly absorbed the energy like jelly. Only then did the ball of psionic energy stop expanding and slowly shrink until it disappeared. Everything that had been devoured by the psionic energy was completely annihilated. Only then did the World Tree experts who had run far away stop. They were chased until their faces were covered in dust. This was not the stable secondary psionic energy, but the violent primordial psionic energy. Furthermore, the yield was not small, although they were beyond grade as they did not want to use their bodies to test the power of the primordial psionic energy. The Holy Tree emissary said angrily that outsider must have set up primordial psionic energy on all the bait to blow up the pursuers. Tell the others to be careful. The news quickly spread through the mental network to his companions. Every pursuing team immediately became serious and became much more careful. A team has already detonated. Han Xiao was speeding through the universe when he suddenly sensed the feedback of mechanical force. His eyes flashed. Not long ago, he had sent out 6 mechanical teams to split up. On one hand, it was to disperse the pursuers' forces, and, on the other hand, it was to act as an eye to see the size of the pursuers. The mechanical army did not enjoy the protection of the Destiny's Child imprint, which meant that all their actions would be seen through by the information form camera. However, after receiving the mechanical force connection, the mechanical army could share the disguise of the Destiny's Child imprint and use it as bait. Han Xiao had left some methods on these baits, and the primordial psionic energy was one of them. He did not mind spreading psionic energy pollution in the territory of the World Tree civilization. Planting mushrooms in the enemy's house would not only damage the pursuers, but it would also destroy his own troops and prevent them from being devoured by the World Tree. However, he did not plan to rely on the primordial psionic energy to cause too much damage to the other party. After experiencing the war in his previous life, Han Xiao knew very well that the World Tree's ability to devour energy was just as effective against the primordial psionic energy. The way to deal with the psionic energy pollution was much more convenient than the 3 universal civilizations. Right at this moment, Han Xiao's perception suddenly moved. He turned around and saw a spatial rift not far ahead, and a World Tree fleet appeared. We found him. The other Holy Tree emissary leading the intercepting fleet was surprised and overjoyed. He immediately sent his location through the mental network. Seeing this, Han Xiao turned around and charged over without hesitation. Golden mechanical force bloomed, and a huge mech legion appeared, covering the fleet with unreserved firepower. With his current energy rank, the mech legion's lethality was already extremely shocking. It destroyed this small intercepting fleet almost instantly. The Holy Tree emissary hurriedly dodged and defended, but he could not withstand the firepower of the mech legion. He was injured the moment they met, and he was frightened out of his wits. Right at this moment, spatial rifts appeared around him, and the first batch of reinforcements from the World Tree civilization arrived. Han Xiao scanned with his perception and discovered 5 beyond grade 8 energy sources. However, he ignored them. During the charge, he released his blood aura, and a portion of the mechanical soldiers quickly gathered turning into a small mechanical deity. It arrived in front of the injured holy tree emissary almost instantly. Rays of decomposition were released from the fingertips of the mechanical deity, tearing apart the defenses of the holy tree emissary in the blink of an eye. Han Shao activated the accessory in his palm, and a spatial shockwave shot out, locking the target in midair for a short time. Then, he threw a punch at the shocked holy tree emissary. Bang! A shockwave burst out, and the accumulated damage of charge endless potential entered the body of the holy tree emissary without holding back. The powerful force crushed his muscles and bones, and his cells instantly withered. Green blood exploded in midair, and the body of the holy tree emissary disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood on the mechanical fist. With one punch, his health bar was emptied. You dare to block me when you're not even grade S+? Do you think I flew so far for nothing? Let's kill one first. Han Shao grinned. The combat information showed that this holy tree emissary's energy rank was less than 50,000, slightly weaker than Barbani. He had taken quite a number of steps, and the power of charge endless potential was stacked very high. Together with the focus fire of the mechanical army, he killed this holy tree emissary instantly. Without any delay, he immediately changed his target and led the mechanical army toward the 5 world tree experts who had just arrived. The strengthened version of the celestial punishment edge was unfurled in his hand, and he slashed out. The surging psionic energy turned into a sharp blade glow. Dot! Seeing Han Zhao's heroic performance of instantly killing their companions, the expressions of the 5 world tree experts changed drastically. They did not dare to face the attack head-on and hurriedly abandoned the fleet to dodge. Rumble, the fleet could not dodge in time, and the battleships along the way were crushed by the celestial punishment edge, instantly exploding into fireworks. The fragments of the battleships were swept up by the blade, turning into blazing lava that splashed onto the spaceships that were not affected, burning their shields until they flickered nonstop. Han Shao raised his hand and used virtual purification, quickly sweeping across the 5 of them. However, the 5 of them only shook slightly before returning to normal. They did not show the confused expression of Barbani. Is the world tree prepared? It didn't send outsiders to chase after me. Their reaction is quite fast. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and was not surprised. He turned his blade and locked onto the weakest of the 5. He charged over, scaring the other party so much that he turned around and fled. The other 4 hurriedly moved around and launched long-range attacks, trying to restrain Han Shao. However, it was like scratching an itch. The focus fire of the 4 of them could not even penetrate the shield of the mechanical deity, and Han Shao could not even be bothered to block. At this moment, more and more reinforcements arrived. When the World Tree experts saw this scene, they immediately joined the battle. The number of people besieging Han Shao increased rapidly, reaching double digits, and it was still rising. However, what shocked the World Tree experts was that even though the number of people besieging them had reached double digits, this outsider still acted as if he had entered no man's land. He did not care about his injuries and only attacked without defending. He endured the focus fire of so many people and killed an ancestral spirit that he had locked onto, causing them to have a second casualty. However, as more reinforcements arrived, everyone finally worked together to restrain this outsider. Only then did the outsider stop from continuing to kill. Not long after the battle, Tidrian and the others arrived on the World Tree Express. They immediately saw that the mechanical deity, which was protected by a large number of mechanical soldiers, was like an unmoving mountain. It was fighting dozens of World Tree experts and was not at a disadvantage. The combat strength of this outsider is too exaggerated. Tidrian's expression changed slightly. Could he be from a civilization with extremely advanced individual strength? Overman was shocked. It seems like I was too conservative before. He must be at the level of a tree king. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Roxillian's heart skipped a beat. The 3 of them had previously judged Han Zhao's combat strength from Barbani's encounter, But only now did they realize that this outsider's standard seemed to be a little scary, far exceeding their expectations. The situation isn't right. I have to call the Tree King. Tidrian made a prompt decision and immediately called his superior through the mental network. At this moment, the mechanical deity in the field suddenly opened fire, temporarily forcing back the besiegers. The next moment, the mechanical deity disintegrated, revealing Han Zhao's figure. The mechanical army around him rapidly shrank and was absorbed by his mechanical force, merging into his body. Han Zhao glanced at the situation. The number of beyond grade as who had rushed over had already exceeded 30, and there were even a few peak beyond grade as. Under such circumstances, there was basically no chance for him to continue killing. Furthermore, the World Tree was still sending in reinforcements. If he stayed here, he would definitely be kicked like a ball. Furthermore, the World Tree did not lack top-notch individual strength. The 5 Tree Kings were each stronger than the other. He turned to look at Tidrian and the others and narrowed his eyes. Tidrian, Roxillian, Overman. They're all acquaintances. During the war, in his previous life, the experts of the explored universe and the World Tree civilization had both suffered casualties and were famous. Han Zhao naturally knew some of the powerful people of the World Tree. If he remembered correctly, these 3 guys had the lives of beyond grade, as in his previous life. The head of the previous owner of the space-time amber was shattered by Tidrian, causing this universal treasure to fall into the hands of the World Tree civilization. Later, he was killed by Carrot. Just as Han Zhao was recalling, another World Tree root appeared, and a powerful pressure that far exceeded the others spread out. The next second, a tall figure with a dignified aura descended. His white hair was scattered, and his eyes were cold. His entire body was wrapped in a blue-green light, mixed with dark red electric arcs. There was a light green mark on this person's forehead that was shaped like a burning flame. He was staring at Han Zhao indifferently. Yo, a fierce man. Han Zhao's brows twitched. One of the 5 Tree Kings, subduing Tree King St. Grace Belando, a pugilist super. In his previous life, he had caused huge casualties in the explored universe. Dragon King Milizaus and Beast Ancestor Garutan had both died under his fists. In the end, Carrot and Car Lover, Ening had merged and killed him with great difficulty. They had almost died together. In the war in his previous life, he had personally seen the subduing Tree King attack many times, and he had even been killed by the aftershocks more than 20 times. If I can kill you, the resurrection time will definitely not be short. Han Zhao had this thought, but when he looked at the dozens of World Tree experts around him, he immediately dismissed it. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would not be afraid of the other party, but in the enemy's base, it was basically impossible for him to do so. At this moment, the World Tree experts who had been forced back earlier were about to surround him again. However, under everyone's gazes, Han Zhao's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving them dumbfounded. Why did he disappear? Did the space anchor fail? Tidrian was shocked. In order to prevent outsiders from teleporting away, they had anchored this space when they fought. Logically speaking, other than the World Tree Express that was unique to the civilization territory, there was basically no other teleportation method that could take effect. However, he soon received a reply from the others on the mental network, indicating that the space lock was normal. It's almost impossible to fail, but he actually escaped. Roxillian was displeased. It seems like he has some special teleportation method that can ignore the space lock. Then there's nothing we can do. Overman frowned. The group was immediately discouraged. It was not easy for them to surround the prey, and even the Tree King had personally descended. However, they had failed at the critical moment, and the cooked duck had flown away. Tidrian had no choice but to bow to the subduing Tree King. Your Excellency, Tree King, we failed and let this outsider escape. The subduing Tree King glanced at him and said indifferently, "At least he escaped quickly and saved his life. Otherwise, I would have sent him to the mother tree to devour so that I could grasp the location of this outsider civilization. Sorry for ruining your plan. It was me." Tidrian was about to continue his self-criticism when he suddenly stopped, and his expression turned interesting. At the same time, everyone present received the same message through the mental network. The pursuing team that had gone to chase after the other bait had suddenly encountered the main body of the outsider and had been completely wiped out. The Holy Tree emissary leading the team only had time to send out a distress signal before his voice disappeared. He had been sacrificed. Tidrian's expression darkened. He was furious. This outsider didn't leave. He's eaten another army. At the same time, at the location of a bait mechanical team, Han Shao grabbed a dying Holy Tree emissary and casually twisted his head. Then he put away the set of sovereigns that this mechanical team had brought back, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The methods he had left behind in these bait teams were not only primordial psionic energy, but he had even assigned a sovereign to each team. He had invested enough capital without caring about the losses. This time, he did not bring much equipment with him to the World Tree Civilization's territory. He only brought a lot of kings. After so many years, he had already accumulated a lot of kings, so he did not have to worry about using them. Throwing away the corpse in his hand, Han Shao licked his lips. As expected, we have to resort to guerrilla warfare in other people's homes. Chapter 1341. Just as Han Shao used the king's teleportation skill to finish off the other fleet, another space fisher appeared around him, and the troops that had surrounded him earlier rushed over again, chasing after him relentlessly. However, this time, before Tidrian and the others could completely descend, Han Shao changed into another king and disappeared in front of everyone. This time, he teleported to a bait team that had yet to be caught. When the subduing Tree King, Tidrian, and the others arrived, all that was left for them was the wreckage of a fleet floating in the universe and the corpse of another Holy Tree emissary. Damn it! Tidrian was furious, and the anger of being played rose in his heart. Even though the World Tree Express was fast enough to provide support in its own territory, it was still a step too late, and the outsider killed another of its companions. The other Holy Tree emissaries and ancestral spirits also had gloomy expressions. The high-dimensional information vision caught the target. Everyone thought that this outsider had no way to escape, but they did not expect the other party to have such a method, catching them off guard. Although the other party's tracks were still visible, teleporting to another bait team that had yet to be caught made them unable to immediately lock on a Han Zhao's location. They could only track him again. The three universal civilizations knew very little about the World Tree, but it was the same the other way around. The World Tree civilization knew even less about the explored universe, and this was the first time they had seen the king's teleportation method. If that's the case, the other bait traces might turn into the outsider's main body at any time. It's filled with danger, and it's very likely that we'll be killed by the other party. Roxillian's expression was solemn, as if he was facing a great enemy. When everyone thought of the outsider's strength, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. They could chase after him, but it was hard to say who would be the unlucky one after catching up. This outsider must be trying to use this method to nibble away at our troops. As long as we split up and chase after him, there's a risk of being killed instead. However, we can't not chase after him and allow such a powerful individual to move freely in our territory. Speaking of which, what kind of civilization does the other party come from to actually send a super of this level to take the risk alone? Could it be that this civilization has many high-level combatants of the same level? Overman frowned and spoke with an uneasy tone. When they thought about how the outsiders were not only physically strong, but also had such a highly mobile and invincible method, most of the people present felt a strong sense of fear in their hearts. Just one person had caused them so much trouble, rampaging in their territory. This was a provocation to the entire World Tree civilization. Originally, it was a one-sided hunt. Not only did the outsiders not flee, they even turned around and treated them as prey. No one expected to be passive in their own territory. This was something that had never happened before. After fighting in the universe for so many years, which enemy civilization did not carefully probe when coming into contact with them. They had never seen such an arrogant fellow. "No matter what, we have to solve this problem," Tidrian said in a deep voice. "Wake up those guys who are hiding and have them join the chase." For the time being, he could not think of a way to deal with the Outsider's strange teleportation ability. However, since the Outsider's goal was to kill the lone troops, increasing the number of people in each pursuit team would be a useful method to restrain the Outsiders and prevent them from causing any damage before their reinforcements arrived. However, Tidrian was very worried that the Outsiders would send out a bunch of bait again. This kind of scheme forced them to split up. Originally, they could have collected high-dimensional information samples to lock onto which path the main body of the Outsiders was on, but the other party's teleportation method made it possible for every bait to transform into the main body. This way, there was no way to tell. With that, Tidrian turned to look at the subduing Tree King and nodded. "Your Excellency Tree King, what do you think?" The subduing Tree King had been listening to everyone's discussion and did not interrupt. At this time, he slowly said, "Inform me when you guys surround him. Also, I will clear this starfield later and seal this place. Don't worry about the losses." With that, the subduing Tree King turned into a blue-green stream of light and disappeared into the roots of the World Tree. He had already made a wasted trip this time, and he probably would not be able to deal with the Outsiders in a short period of time. He did not want to be played with like everyone else. Hearing this, Tidrian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The planets in the territory of the World Tree civilization were no longer naturally formed. Instead, they were high-value planets that the World Tree had regurgitated using the information form. They could freeze the current evolution at any time, swallow them back, store them in the information form, and then transform them into another location. With such a characteristic, the World Tree was like a mobile base that could take away the entire civilization and change the location of its base in the universe to deal with all kinds of situations. It was almost born for war. Clearing this star field meant that the World Tree would take back all the planets and living beings in this area. This way, they would not have to worry about Outsiders causing trouble everywhere. Only the Tree King was given this level of control by the World Tree and could give such an order to the World Tree. The others did not have the authority to do so. However, the World Tree could not leave as it pleased. After changing the location of its base, it had to take root in this area from the beginning and turn it into its own information collection. Some abilities could only be used in the merged territory, such as the World Tree Express. It could only travel quickly in its own territory, like a stargate that was everywhere. In other parts of the universe, it could not descend as casually as it did now. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right at this moment, more spatial rifts opened up, and more troops were summoned by Tidrian and rushed over to provide reinforcements. Among them were even more high-level Holy Tree emissaries and the 13 ancestral spirits, who appeared from their slumber. There were also several executive officers who arrived, as well as some high-ranking military generals who were in charge of external battles. The size of the team snowballed. Although the opponent was only one person, the World Tree had given him extremely high treatment. An army of this size was more than enough to carry out a universal war. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past few days, Han Xiao had been wandering around this star field, dealing with the pursuit and interception of the World Tree troops. He split up the bait team time and time again, using the king to teleport and cut off the pursuers of the World Tree. Sometimes he would set up a throne, but sometimes it was just a primordial psionic energy bomb. At the same time, he would occasionally use the king's return function to jump around repeatedly. It was extremely agile, causing the World Tree troops to suffer greatly. The king was simply a weapon for guerrilla warfare. Using this tactic, Han Xiao obtained some results, and the number of beyond grade as he killed had reached 6. However, as the World Tree experts gathered, it became more and more difficult to kill the enemy every time they encountered them. Every pursuer was assigned enough experts to restrain them for a while, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of beyond grade as would appear as reinforcements. with the appearance of peak beyond grade, as Han Xiao was forced to reduce the time he had to fight, and he did not dare to fight in one place. Furthermore, the size of the World Tree's fleet was too large. It surrounded the entire star field and kept shrinking the encirclement. Han Zhao's guerrilla warfare range also shrank, and the time it took for each bait team to be caught up was getting shorter and shorter. At the same time, Han Xiao also realized that the navigation star map had lost its effect. The planets in this area seemed to have disappeared, and he could not locate them accurately. Could it be that the World Tree swallowed all the nearby planets? To think that they would use such a large sum to deal with me alone. In the empty space of the universe, Han Xiao was flying at full speed by himself, and he was secretly shocked. This was somewhat out of his expectations. Only the World Tree was extremely rich and did not care about this bit of loss, decisively clearing the field. After more than 10 days of guerrilla warfare, he had already fought with the World Tree experts nearly 100 times and met a lot of acquaintances. Other than the Tree King, almost all the pursuers had fought with him before. Although he did not have the chance to kill the enemy later on, Han Xiao had obtained a lot of the attributes of the World Tree experts through the combat information. He had learned about the specific abilities of many of his opponents, which was extremely valuable information. My guerrilla warfare area is getting smaller and smaller. If this continues, I'll be blocked very soon. Furthermore, I can't devour the enemy's experts now, so there's no need to continue guerrilla warfare. Han Xiaoxin's mind flashed. It was true that the World Tree could not restrain the king's guerrilla tactics, but this was the king's base. It could directly press forward with its army and break through everything. Although guerrilla warfare was good, its effect quickly reached its limit in the face of the World Tree civilization's overwhelming advantage in numbers and rapid support system. It's time to slip away. Han Xiao nodded. Although he did not complete the enclosure this time, the harvest was beyond his expectations. Not only did he obtain a lot of important information, but he also sent a few World Tree experts to the Western Paradise. This was beyond his expectations, and he could already retreat. If he stayed, he would definitely not be able to get away. However, before retreating, Han Xiao wanted to find an opportunity to meet the Tree King and find out the other party's combat information. All the bait has been cleared. Only the last high-dimensional information trail is left. The outsider did not continue to split up. We can lock onto his main body now. In the command room of the main ship, Tidrian looked at the current situation, and his gloomy expression that had been gloomy for more than 10 days finally cleared up. We've finally surrounded him. This outsider is too difficult to deal with. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. God knew how they had spent the past 10 days. An outsider had already disturbed their peace. The number of World Tree experts participating in the pursuit was much more than 10 days ago. There were 6 high-level Holy Tree emissaries, 7 of the 13 ancestral spirits, and a few military commanders and executives. There were a total of 20 peak beyond grade, as with an energy rank of more than 71,000, which was equivalent to 2/5 of the peak beyond grade as in the entire World Tree civilization. Don't be happy too early. Since he has such a teleportation method, there's a high chance that he can escape. At this moment, a high-ranking general in military uniform said coldly. Hearing this, everyone felt a little helpless. They naturally understood this logic, but after studying it for more than 10 days, they were still unable to crack the outsider's teleportation method. Their request had already been reduced from killing the outsider to expelling him. Let's chase the outsider away first before considering what to do next. This might be the strongest civilization we've ever encountered, Tidrian replied with a frown. At this moment, everyone's mental network suddenly received a message. The pursuing troops had finally caught up to the outsider's main body and shared the coordinates. Let's go. Everyone's faces turned cold. They immediately activated the World Tree Express and quickly shuttled through the routes. Not long after, everyone's vision blurred, and they arrived at their destination. The outsider floated in the starry sky and did not attack the pursuing troops like before. The pursuing troops were waiting for reinforcements and did not dare to take the initiative to attack. For a moment, there was no movement from either side. Seeing this, many World Tree experts turned into streams of light and shot out of the fleet, landing around Han Shao, forming an encirclement. More reinforcements were also arriving. The number of beyond grade as presents soon reached 100, and they surrounded Han Shao, eyeing him covetously. Because all the bait had been cleared this time, the outsider could no longer play with them like before. Only then did Tidrian inform the subduing Tree King. Boom! The next moment, the subduing Tree King's figure quickly descended, and his pressure swept across the entire place. Your Excellency, Tree King. Seeing this, Tidrian and the many World Tree experts greeted him in the mental network. The subduing Tree King looked at the situation, nodded, and slowly said, "We've finally surrounded him. Why aren't you attacking? This outsider looks fearless. He will probably use that teleportation method to escape our territory," Tidrian explained. While the two of them were communicating, Han Shao suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the subduing Tree King. He then hooked his finger, and energy fluctuations rose steadily, locking onto the subduing Tree King. Seeing this action, everyone present understood what the outsider meant. He was provoking their Tree King. The subduing Tree King looked at Han Shao indifferently. He casually raised his hand and waved it down. Deal with him. Chapter 1342. 10 minutes later, in a certain space in the deeper layers of the secondary dimension world, on the boundless white sand sea, a light suddenly flickered and a figure fell out of thin air. He landed on the sand sea with a plop and staggered. Han Shao barely managed to stabilize himself. He took a deep breath and put away the black and gold king mechanical suit on his body, revealing his body that was covered in wounds. Blood sprayed out from the ferocious wounds and seeped into the sand. Very soon, the ground was dyed golden red. There were also large scorch marks on his body, and his cells were necrotic. It was a shocking sight. "Ooh!" I almost flipped over. Fighting 1 against 100 is indeed too much. "Hiss, it hurts." A burning pain spread throughout his body, as if every cell was wailing. Han Zhao's face trembled slightly. He took out a syringe gun and injected a tube of high-concentration Aurora's life essence into his body. A wave of numbness and comfort swept through his body, suppressing the pain. His body became warm. A platinum light surged, and the wounds on Han Zhao's body quickly closed, returning to his healthy body. Only bloodstains were left. It was quite dangerous just now. The combined strength of more than 100 beyond grade has exceeded his limit, and there were more than 20 peak beyond grade as among them, as well as experts like the subduing Tree King. He was fighting alone. They were all beyond grade as. Even if his combat strength was off the charts, as long as he did not break through to a new level, he still could not completely ignore the difference in numbers. Just the subduing Tree King alone was already very difficult to deal with. He was the strongest pugilist he had fought so far, not to mention that he had a bunch of experts helping him. There was no need to elaborate on the process. There was no way he had the upper hand, and it was also wishful thinking to hope for a draw. The combined damage of so many experts had already exceeded his recovery speed. His health bar rose and fell like a roller coaster, and at the most dangerous moment, his health bar even fell below 16%. If it were any other beyond grade, as in the explored universe, they would probably be dead by now. Wernos, who had the ethereal national treasure, would most likely not be able to withstand it. However, Han Shao did not intend to fight to the death. He hid many abilities mainly to achieve his goal and obtain the battle information of the subduing Tree King. Although the other party's level was higher, causing some of his attributes to be questioned, many of his abilities were also exposed. The value of this information was not small. If he met the subduing Tree King again in the future, he would know what to do. After receiving the information from the subduing Tree King, Han Shao did not dare to continue fighting. He immediately changed into the king and retreated. He came to this temporary secondary dimension where the throne was buried and instantly escaped the siege. With the secondary dimensions as a buffer, it's safer this way. Han Xiao patted his chest, shaking off the bloodstains on his body, and changed into a new set of clothes. Although the probability of the king being tracked by the World Tree was very low, to be on the safe side, he still used the secondary dimension as a transit zone and did not directly teleport back to the explored universe. Immediately afterward, Han Xiao took back the throne and left behind the secondary dimension destruction device, shattering the secondary dimension and allowing it to be swallowed by the space turbulence to remove all traces. After doing all this, Han Xiao opened the interface and took a look. The mission, the Fury of the World Tree, had been completed. As expected, the bigger the commotion he caused, the higher the mission rating would be. At this time, he had already reached the highest rating, and the reward was quite generous. Just the EXP alone was 7,400,000,000, which was more than the EXP he had obtained from defeating the 3 universal civilizations. He had replenished a large amount of EXP and was closer to the level 360 promotion. The other reward notifications also popped up. You have received random reward X5, milestone talent, World Tree Nemesis. World Tree Nemesis. When you fight an opponent from the World Tree faction, plus 12% actual damage dealt to the opponent, and there's a certain chance of triggering the fear status. You have received 5 Gods trait transformation points. You have received 1 Universe Legendary point. This is great. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. There was no need to mention World Tree Nemesis. It was a talent that targeted the faction, and it was similar to Elderly Killer. Although the effect was simple, it was quite practical. The 5 Gods trait transformation points were exactly what he needed, which was equivalent to creating 5 universal treasures. Currently, his Void Gods trait transformation had reached the 13th level, and he was only 2 points away from leveling up. This windfall was enough to raise his Void Gods trait transformation to the 14th level, and there was still some left. He was not far from reaching the 15th level, which reduced his workload. The last Universe Legendary point had clearly left a deep impression on the World Tree civilization, and they were filled with fear of him. The next time they met, the people of the World Tree civilization should be able to recognize him at a glance. There's also one last reward notification on the interface. Han Xiao took a look and saw that it was a sanctum fragment, which meant that his authority in each sanctum had increased by 1 level. This was the additional reward for the highest mission rating. Yo, good stuff. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before he was pleasantly surprised. The authority of the sanctum was something he urgently needed at the moment. The higher the authority, the closer the time flow of the sanctum would be to the main universe. Being able to level up from a mission was a pleasant surprise. Suppressing his joy, Han Xiao left with his full harvest. To be safe, he planned to wander in the deeper secondary dimensions for a while before returning to the explored universe. At the same time, in the territory of the World Tree civilization, the battlefield of the siege. The battlefield was a mess, and the wreckage of the World Tree fleet was everywhere. Roots were sweeping the battlefield, swallowing all the debris. In the command room of a main ship not far away, many World Tree experts who participated in the siege surrounded the subduing Tree King. Their expressions were solemn, and there was still a hint of shock that had yet to fade. Some of them were injured. Tidrian pressed on the table, his tone shocked. There's no doubt about the combat strength of this outsider. He's one of the strongest individuals we've seen in our many years of fighting in the universe. It's unbelievable that so many of us couldn't kill him, even after attacking together. We can basically conclude that none of us are his match in a one-on-one battle. Even His Excellency, Tree King, will find it difficult to gain the upper hand. Many World Tree experts felt a lingering fear, and many peeked beyond grade as were silent. Even the expressionless, subduing Tree King did not refute and only shook his head. Facing the siege of more than 100 people, this outsider actually dared to stay behind and fight head-on. They were already very shocked, but they did not expect him to still have the strength to retaliate and injure many of them. Although they had the absolute upper hand in the siege just now, this outsider was unbelievably tough. He endured the concentrated fire of hundreds of people and did not fall. He held on for more than 10 minutes before he used a strange teleportation method to escape unscathed. Although the enemy had been expelled, the strong performance of the outsider had been deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, almost becoming a psychological shadow. Every time they thought about it, many people could not help but feel shocked. Although we've chased this outsider away this time, we can't guarantee that he'll come again in the future. This is very troublesome, Roxillian said with a deep voice. Tidrian nodded, his tone solemn. If we can't restrict the other party's special teleportation method, our territory will almost become the other party's backyard. He can come and go as he pleases, causing us to be in a passive position. We can't clear the star field every time and mobilize so many people to chase after him. As he spoke, his expression became more and more surprised as he said in a serious voice, "Furthermore, only civilizations with extremely developed individual strength can give birth to supers of this level. Who knows how many high-level combatants of the same level there are in this outsider civilization? We've leaked too many secrets this time. If the other party sends more supers of the same level over next time, we'll be in trouble." Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and was worried. Han Zhao's astonishing combat strength made them make the wrong judgment. They thought that there were more experts of the same level in the explored universe, and they could not help but tremble in fear. They had always been conquerors, and they were basically the ones who took the initiative to invade. However, at this moment, they felt a rare sense of fear and even had the thought of running away. "Then what do you think?" another executive asked. Tidrian gritted his teeth and said, "This alien civilization has already discovered our coordinates. My suggestion is to clear all the star fields and move our base camp immediately. Only then can we avoid being harassed by the other party. Then, we can think of a way to investigate the other party's background." This is indeed a way, but we can't use our advantage. Someone objected. If we stay here and let the enemy continue to harass us, the information entanglement will deepen. This way, we can locate the location of this unknown civilization faster. Without waiting for Tidrian to speak, another person beside him interjected. "I don't think so. This outsider used some methods to bewitch Barbani. The secrets of these abilities are all known by the other party. They will definitely avoid more information entanglement and won't fall for it." Hearing this, everyone looked helpless. The biggest problem now was not that the outsiders were strong, but that the gap in intelligence was too big. They had leaked too many secrets, but they knew almost nothing about the outsiders. The group was divided into two factions. One side suggested moving, while the other suggested staying. "Your Excellency Tree King, what do you think?" Tidrian turned around. Everyone stopped discussing. In the end, it was still up to the Tree King to make the decision. The subduing Tree King closed his eyes and pondered for a while before opening them again. "There's no need to move. The loss of territory is not important. The information entanglement is more important. Now that we have a certain level of interaction, I will speed up the World Tree's sensing speed. At the same time, inform the Future 4 Information Perceiver team to increase the frequency of the prophecies. Then, let the expedition teams sent out in the past few years speed up their journey." As he spoke, the subduing Tree King paused and slowly said, "Also, strengthen the internal surveillance and set up more detection devices. The outsiders have already obtained some of our confidential information, so we can't just rely on the Information 4 Warning Network. If you find another outsider, inform me immediately." Under the subduing Tree King's calm expression, his heart was actually surging. Han Zhao's combat strength had also surprised him, but he did not show it on his face. Although he did not express it, the subduing Tree King had already remembered Han Zhao deeply in his heart and was looking forward to fighting him again. On one hand, it was the battle intent that pugilists had. On the other hand, the World Tree had expressed its desire for Han Zhao. Facing all new things, the Mother Tree had an extremely strong appetite. It requested the subduing Tree King to send this outsider into its mouth and eat him as a tribute. As one of the penetrators of the will of the world tree, the Tree King's request was his mission. He could not refuse. Without waiting for Oathkeeper to speak, he changed into another king's suit and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oathkeeper helplessly retracted his gaze and turned to look at Destiny's Child. Destiny's Child ignored him as well. Seeing that Han Shao had left, Destiny's Child went back to sleep. He was no longer as proactive as he had been when facing Han Shao. It was as if he treated Oathkeeper like air, clearly treating him differently. Seeing that Destiny's Child did not give him any face, the corners of Oathkeeper's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath, suppressed the jealousy in his heart, and left gloomily. In the meeting room of the three universal civilizations, Black Star, you're finally back. What took you so long? Marbruce sized up Han Zhao's remote projection and sounded puzzled. Beside him, Lewis and the ethereal sect leader were also curious. After sending Han Shao away, they thought that Han Zhao's first exploration would not take long, but they did not expect that more than half a month would pass in the blink of an eye, and there was still no news of him. If not for Han Shao taking the initiative to contact them, they would not have known that Han Shao was back. In the past half a month, the three of them had been suffering. Because they could not contact Han Shao, who was far away in the World Tree Civilization's territory, they were paranoid every day, thinking that something had happened to Black Star. Seeing that Han Shao had taken the initiative to visit, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they were curious about what Han Shao had done in the World Tree Civilization's territory for so long. There were some accidents along the way, so I was delayed. Let's not talk about that for now. I obtained some information on this trip. Take a look. Han Shao waved his hand and could not be bothered to chat with the three of them. He went straight to the point and sent the World Tree secrets that Barbani had mentioned to the three of them. The virtual screen appeared on the table. The three of them only took one look and were instantly stunned, unable to shift their gazes away. This is the information you obtained on this trip? Marbruce's eyes widened in disbelief. He was almost stunned. The three of them had limited expectations for this information. They felt that Han Shao had gone to the other party's base after all, and it would be difficult for him to move. Even if he had gained something, it would not be too shocking. But what was with this information? They were all secrets that had never been heard of before. Information Form Warning Network. Information Form Camera. A bunch of important strategic information. It was obvious that it was not information that could be obtained easily. Could it be that Black Star had robbed the World Tree's confidential database this time? The three of them could not help but be dazed. How many times had they explored the World Tree civilization? At best, they had only stolen some general information from the internet, but it was all superficial. However, Black Star had only gone once, and he had obtained an explosive harvest. Be it the quality or quantity of the intelligence, it was countless times greater than theirs. The repeated explorations of the three universal civilizations were not even comparable to what Black Star had gained. The three of them looked at each other with mixed feelings. When Black Star was their opponent, it gave them a headache. When he was their teammate, he was extremely reliable. It was a pleasure. If not for the confidential information that Black Star had provided, they would not have known how passive the three universal civilizations were. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, the three of them calmed down and focused on browsing the World Tree secrets that Han Shao had shared. Their expressions kept changing, sometimes serious, sometimes surprised, and sometimes frustrated. Very soon, the three of them finished reading the information with complicated expressions. So this is how we were exposed, Lewis sighed. Looking at the Information Form Warning Network, they finally understood how the World Tree civilization had discovered them. This kind of technology is impossible to guard against. The World Tree civilization's research level in the information form field is much higher than ours, the ethereal Pope said with a frown. It seems like Black Star is right. It's best if we stop our regular exploration. The three of them looked at the information and felt a lot of pressure. At the same time, they were glad. It was all thanks to Black Star stealing these secrets. Otherwise, if they continued to explore without knowing anything, they might suffer one day. Now that they knew the World Tree's detection methods, they could deal with it. Black Star, how did you get this information? Bruce could not help but ask. The other two also pricked up their ears. It's nothing. I just fought with them and interrogated them. By the way, I recorded the abilities of all the high-level combatants of the World Tree who fought with me and sent them to you. Han Xiao hid his own ability and gave a simple explanation. After thinking about it, he shared the information he had collected with the three of them. The information recorded was not as detailed as the combat information on the interface, but they could roughly understand the abilities and combat strength of more than 100 World Tree experts. The purpose of collecting this information was not for his own use, but also to let the beyond grade as of the explored universe have a basic understanding of the enemy, so that they would not be caught off guard. There was no need to hide it. Seeing the information of more than 100 World Tree experts, the three of them were stunned. Good heavens, did you go into stealth or fight? Fighting more than 100 high-level combatants in someone else's base. You're just relying on waves. Isn't this a little too radical? Lewis could not help but speak. Han Xiao looked at him and shrugged. If we don't come into contact like this, do you think those secrets fall from the sky? Don't worry. Although I fought with the enemy, all traces have been cleared. My intelligence channels have monitored the real-time movements of the World Tree civilization, and they didn't discover anything. Hearing this, Bruce was speechless and was a little moved. Black Star, you took such a huge risk to collect information. Everyone will remember your contribution. In his opinion, if not for collecting strategic information, Black Star would not have taken the risk to deal with the World Tree experts, causing him to be pursued. All of this was for the big picture. When the other two realized this, they nodded their heads and sighed. Han Xiao raised his brows slightly. Seeing that the three of them had misunderstood his motives, he did not want to explain. He could not wait for the three of them to think that way. No matter what, the information you obtained has extremely high strategic significance. It can provide an important reference for our strategic direction. The three of them sighed for a while before becoming excited. No matter what, the information Black Star had obtained on this trip had solved their urgent problem. It was more like timely help, enough to change their strategic deployment. The three of them began to discuss the next step of the plan, asking Han Xiao for his opinion from time to time. Hearing that the three of them had finally accepted his suggestion and decided to stop the regular exploration, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally convinced the three universal civilizations not to do anything unnecessary. His trust level had increased. Somewhere in the unexplored universe, two spindle-shaped dark green spaceships were flying quickly in the endless desolate universe. The concealment device covered the trajectory of the hyperdrive stream. In the cockpit, more than 10 operators were sitting in their respective positions, working hard. No one spoke, and there was only the sound of operations in the room. It was quiet. The cabin looked clean and tidy, but in some subtle places, there were still traces of time. Every once in a while, the World Tree civilization would send exploration teams in different directions, trying to find other civilizations in the vast galaxy. These two spaceships were one of them. The crew did not remember how many years they had been sailing for, as if they were silently wandering in the cold universe. Suddenly, the radar, which had not moved for many years, sounded. Unknown metal object detected. Direction. The dozen or so people in the room were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and immediately controlled the spaceships to fly in the direction indicated by the radar. The two spaceships dragged streams of light and turned around for a while. Very soon, the object locked onto by the radar entered their field of vision. Not far away, an egg-shaped metal cabin was slowly moving in the universe with a low power tail flame. Its shell was mottled, and there were traces of cosmic radiation erosion. It looked like it had been sailing for a long time. The dozen or so people present looked at the metal cabin on the observation screen, and the same thought appeared in their minds. This looks like an escape pod. The group turned on the life detection device, and with extremely high technology, It directly penetrated the shell of the escape pod and detected the life signal inside. The appearance of the life inside the escape pod was quickly displayed on the screen, which looked like upright crayfish. Chapter 1344. After obtaining the secrets of the World Tree Civilization, the three universal civilizations adopted Han Zhao's opinion and adjusted their strategy. They no longer sent detection devices to the territory of the World Tree Civilization, reducing the possibility of information exchange between the two sides. Instead, they increased their investment in the Secondary Dimension Expedition team. Han Zhao rested for a while. With the help of the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device, he made another trip to the territory of the World Tree Civilization. Because he had the advantage of intelligence this time, he carefully avoided contact and completed the mission safely, obtaining the reward of infiltrating the enemy camp. After that, Han Zhao did not continue to sneak into the territory of the World Tree Civilization to harass the enemy. He also reduced his contact with the World Tree Civilization and stayed in the explored universe to build machinery every day. Occasionally, he would go to the Holy Covenant organization to check on the surveillance of Destiny's Child. On the surface, he returned to his normal life. In the short term, he did not plan to go to the territory of the World Tree Civilization again. Now that the enemy was prepared, he was afraid that he would fail. Furthermore, he already had enough information. Han Zhao did not plan to provoke the enemy anymore and focused on expanding his military strength. The unknowing galactic society still maintained the rhythm of their daily lives. As time passed, the three universal civilizations' recognition of the Beyond Grade A Association's independence gradually cooled down, but it did not disappear. The dissatisfaction of many galactic residents toward the three universal civilizations settled down and remained in their hearts. After the political status was written into the galactic law, the days of all the Beyond Grade A organizations became much better. No matter how complicated the feelings of the civilizations of the various star fields were, they still acknowledged this point and took out the attitude of treating other civilizations to conduct diplomacy with the Beyond Grade A Association to increase cooperation. Originally, the various organizations thought that the Beyond Grade A Association would make a move next, but the association continued to develop as usual with a rather low-key attitude, as if they were not the hot topic of public opinion recently. Whether the galaxy was chaotic or not, the big shots had the final say. Since the top organizations did not do anything, the life of the galactic society gradually returned to peace on the surface. Time slowly slipped away in this atmosphere. Flickering World, Black Star Core Territory, Kundi Race's planet number 77. More than a dozen small warships with the Army's insignia led 3 large transport ships to slowly land on the planet's ground stop platform. Wind pressure continued to roll out, blowing away the fine dust on the ground. Landing gears popped out from the bottom of the ships one after another, fitting with the magnetic stop lock of the platform and stopping steadily. The doors of the spaceship opened one after another, and a group of Kundi race members wearing Black Star Core armor walked out of the spaceship. The leader was a tall Kundi race member wearing the special uniform of the logistics department. He was Barton, who had been imprisoned and released by Han Zhao. There were already groups of people waiting on the ground. They took the initiative to greet him, and both sides exchanged pleasantries. Barton was used to it and waved his hand. This batch of supplies have been delivered. Help unload them. His prestige here was very high. When everyone heard his words, they all began to work. They unloaded batches of goods from the transport ship, loaded them onto the transport vehicles, and sent them to different cities in batches. Barton watched from the side with his hands on his hips. At this moment, a Kundi race member in robes walked to his side and smiled. How long are you planning to stay this time? Half a day at most. The Army's logistics department has a lot of missions recently, so I can't delay. I'll leave after delivering this batch of supplies. Barton looked back. The person who spoke was someone he knew. He was the person in charge of this planet, similar to the Lord. Over the past few decades, the Kundi race planets have been lifted one after another. However, due to some interference, a unified regime was not born. Every planet had a lord who was only in charge of the planet's affairs. They were loosely allied with each other, like a confederation. After decades of adaptation, the Kundi race gradually integrated into the Galactic Society and got used to the various systems and rules of the Galactic Society. However, they were still very weak and difficult to develop. The industrial system was not perfect, so relying on the supers to feedback was still the main way to obtain various resources. Over the years, a large number of Kundi race members had chosen to join the Black Star Corps in exchange for various resources. Because the subsidies given to each planet were decided by these supers, their status was extraordinary. The various Kundi race lords had to fight for the support of the Kundi race supers, forming a dependent relationship. Oh, the army's work is indeed more important. It's a pity that I wanted to entertain you properly. Since you don't have the time, let's do it next time, the person in charge said. We're familiar with each other. There's no need to entertain me. Barton shook his head. How can that be? You're a celebrity from our planet, after all. Our planet number 77 has developed quite well, all thanks to your care. The person in charge said warmly. All right, you won't be short of the next batch of supplies. Barton sighed. How would he not know what the other party meant? Decades ago, after being pardoned by Han Shao, he joined the army without hesitation and firmly took the path of feeding back to the race. He started from the bottom and slowly climbed up. Because he was a mechanic, after passing the internal test, Barton joined the logistics department. At the start, he was a basic researcher, but after successfully advancing to Grade B, he was promoted to the middle management of the logistics department. He was one of the few people with the highest position among the Kundi race supers in the army. Due to his position, he had a discount when purchasing supplies, so Barton's position in the Kundi race was very important and prestigious. The lords of every planet wanted to curry favor with him, and he was already used to it. How are the thoughts within the race now? Barton changed the topic. Hearing this, the person in charge turned to look at his people who were working and said with a smile, We've been carrying out ideological education, and there are fewer and fewer radicals. Now, most people yearn for peace. That's good. Barton nodded. Looking at the energetic Kundi race people in the field, he could not help but feel gratified. The Red Empire had destroyed their home, but the difference between the two sides was too big. Barton had always used his position to ask the lords of the various planets to strengthen ideological education so that the younger generations would not be influenced by hatred. After many years of hard work, the Kundi race had finally walked on the path of positive development, and the radicals were unstable factors. Who knew what kind of trouble they would cause under the influence of hatred? Barton did not want the race to be implicated by a small group of radicals and destroy the peace that they had painstakingly obtained. Thankfully, the decades of life had changed the minds of most people, and there were fewer radicals who wanted revenge. Most of the Kundi race were satisfied with their current lives. Their lives were colorful, and there was hope for the future. If only this peace could continue. Barton sighed in his heart. Blue Star, Bennett's residence. The courtyard was like a transparent greenhouse. Rows and rows of plants were planted. Bennett, with his white sideburns, walked among the plants, holding a water bottle and watering the plants slowly. He was wearing casual clothes and looked like an ordinary old man. It was hard to tell that he was the leader of a civilization. Father, we're here to see you. Nero pushed open the door with one hand and held Mia's hand with the other. The two of them walked into the courtyard. Bennett put down the kettle and looked back. A kind smile appeared on his wrinkled face, and he waved his hand. You're here. It's rare for you to have the time to see an old man like me, who is 1 foot in the grave. What are you talking about? Your body is still strong, and you can still live for a long time. Today is your birthday, so don't say such things. Nero brought Mia to Bennett and pretended to complain. Hello, Mia greeted shyly. She was a calamity-grade super who could kill without batting an eyelid, but she was actually nervous at this moment. You're here too. Don't just stand there. Let's eat together today. Try my cooking. Bennett looked at Mia with satisfaction, as though he was sizing up his daughter-in-law. Nero had already brought Mia to meet his parents, and Bennett also knew that Mia and Nero were in a relationship. As for his son's choice, he did not interfere much. Furthermore, he was also quite satisfied with Mia. Bennett brought the two of them to the restaurant beside the courtyard. He then returned to the courtyard to pick some fresh plants and personally went to the kitchen to cook a table of dishes. The leader of a civilization and the two calamity-grade supers sat at the same table and chatted about their daily lives, just like how ordinary people would at home. After chatting for a while, Nero took out a tube of medicine from his pocket and said with a smile, "This is a birthday gift that Godfather asked me to bring over. It's a life potion personally made by Her Excellency Aurora. It can continue to extend one's life and maintain one's youth." "Help me thank Black Star." Bennett smiled and accepted the potion. "Godfather expected that you would say that, and he asked me to tell you that with your relationship, there's no need to thank him." "All right, that's his style." Bennett laughed and shook his head. He then turned to look at Mia and said with a smile, "What about you? What about you? Do you have any plans to raise your offspring?" Mia's face instantly turned red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. We don't have such thoughts for now." Nero scratched his head and said with embarrassment, "The main reason is that the higher the life level of an individual, the harder it is for them to give birth to offspring. Mia and I have tried many times and used all kinds of positions, but it's a pity that, bang." Before he could finish his sentence, a bashful iron elbow landed on his ribs, causing Nero to almost suffocate. His words were immediately interrupted. Don't talk nonsense." Mia flew into a rage out of humiliation and subconsciously gave Nero a loving elbow strike. However, she immediately recalled that Bennett was still in front of her and immediately returned to her demure sitting posture with a bashful look on her face. "It's good to be young." Bennett wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The elbow strike from a calamity-grade supers had caused his hair to stand on end, and he could not help but look at Nero. "My good son, you've worked hard. It's fine. I just like to play around like this." Seeing Bennett's complicated gaze, Nero hurriedly explained for Mia. He grimaced and rubbed his ribs for a while before barely recovering. After coughing twice, Nero changed the topic and suddenly said with a serious expression, "By the way, Godfather also told me to tell you something important." "What is it?" Godfather said that in a while, he might relocate everyone in Blue Star. "Relocate the entire Blue Star?" Bennett was shocked. "To where?" "He didn't say. He just wanted you to be mentally prepared." Nero replied. Hearing this, Bennett's smile disappeared, and his expression became serious. He stroked his chin and pondered, trying to figure out what Han Shao meant. To suddenly relocate Blue Star, could it be to the territory promised by the three universal civilizations, to the Beyond Grade A Association? Or is it an emergency shelter? If it's an emergency shelter, could it be that a battle is about to break out? But wasn't there a good situation where everything was peaceful recently? I have a feeling that it's not something good. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Bennett was secretly worried. At the same time, in a wasteland of Blue Star, Hela and Aurora were walking slowly. Not far away, there was a huge crater with a large number of building debris scattered around. It was like debris that had been thrown out by a violent explosion. It was like a ruin. This was the ruins of the Germinal Organization. It was now protected and treated as a historical relic. The two of them had originally come to visit Ames, but because they had arrived at the wrong time, they were chased out. Suddenly, they felt like revisiting this place, so they came to the ruins of the Germinal Organization. Do you still remember? I was locked up here in the past. At that time, I thought that I would never be able to escape. Aurora squatted down and picked up a piece of metal. She played with it in her hands and said with a sigh. Hela looked at her surroundings, and her memories of the past came back to life. It was rare for her to be so talkative, and she softly said, "Yes, I did so much dirty work for the Germinal Organization. I said it was to save you, but in reality, I was just as lost, sinking deeper and deeper like a zombie. If not for Black Star, I probably wouldn't have survived." The two of them had experienced so many things, and they could now face the painful memories of the past with an open mind. Looking back at the past with their current eyes, it was like a dream. Aurora suddenly burst out laughing. Speaking of which, Black Star was so young back then. How could it be like now? People have to grow up. Hearing this, Hella's lips curled up slightly. She remembered the experience of torturing Han Xiao for more than half a year. Then, she thought of the infamous Black Star and felt the joy of seeing a big shot wet his bed when he was young. Although they were not real childhood friends, they were old friends who had known each other for a long time. There was not much difference. However, very quickly, Gila's smile disappeared, and she sighed softly with a complicated expression. Seeing this, Aurora turned around and looked at her sister. What are you sighing about? I was thinking if I had chosen to go with him when he entered the galaxy, maybe now, I wouldn't be one step behind him. Hella's tone was complicated, and she looked disappointed. Blue Star's outer space, floating Dragon Island. Are you leaving? Yes. When I rushed over, the machinery was only half built. I still have to go back and finish it. Han Xiao put on his clothes, buttoned them up, and covered his strong chest. He was ready to go out. At this time, two fair fingers clamped onto the hem of his shirt and tugged lightly. Stay with me for a while longer. Okay. Not long later, on the other side of floating Dragon Island, Aesop's residence, the bowls and plates on the table were shaking slightly, and the juice spilled onto the table. Aesop held the cutlery and looked at the ceiling and the corner of the wall helplessly. The wall was shaking slightly, and dust was falling. Sigh, it's shaking again. End of chapter. Chapter 1345. He looked back at the frequency of his leave requests. From the beginning of the year until now, he had accumulated exactly 7 days of rest, which was an average of 1 day of rest per month. He felt that it was still passable. He was a normal person with no mutation in his liver function. Godly Mechanic stayed up a little too late, so he applied for a day of leave. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1346. Half a day later, a light green force field rolled up a set of clothes, causing it to float in the air. Han Xiao reached out to grab it, put it on, and dressed neatly. He rubbed his tired waist and came to the mirror to rub his cheeks. Ames untied her hair and casually combed it. Her black hair flowed down like a waterfall. She opened the fridge with her force field, took out a half-empty bottle of hard liquor, poured 2 glasses, and came to Han Xiao's side. She turned around and sat on the edge of the table. She handed one of the glasses to Han Xiao and smiled. Drink some. Hearing this, Han Xiao glanced at her, took the glass, and took a sip. Ames smiled and reached out to tidy up Han Xiao's clothes, helping him straighten his collar. You've been quite busy recently. I wanted to find you some time ago, but I couldn't contact you. When am I not busy? Han Xiao smacked his lips and tasted the wine. The sweet taste echoed in his mouth. Treat me honestly. Where did you go a few days ago? Did you go to the secondary dimensions with someone else? Ames took a sip of the wine. Her posture was elegant, and her tone was teasing. Nonsense. I've only gone to the secondary dimensions with you. At most, there's Kasui. Han Xiao drank the wine in one gulp, put down the glass, and casually combed his hair with his fingers in the mirror. Ames swirled the cup, smiled, and said, You can be considered successful now. You've won independence for the Beyond Grade A Association, and the 3 universal civilizations have acknowledged your identity again. More than half of the goals you set for the association have been completed. You can relax now, right? It's still early. It's not the time to relax yet. What? You're still not satisfied and want to continue climbing up. Ames raised her brows. You're already a top figure in the universe. It's a little dangerous to continue climbing. Don't tell me an ambitious person like you really wants to steal the position of the 3 universal civilizations and steal the position of the ruler. You're thinking too much. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something else. There's still a huge threat that hasn't been dealt with yet, but I can't tell you about it yet. Han Xiao glanced at her helplessly. He did not reveal much about the world tree for the time being. Even those close to him did not know. All right, you always have big plans anyway. But you can't be so busy all the time. There will be a day when you stop. If this matter can be resolved smoothly, I should be able to rest for a long time. Then I'll wait. Don't go back on your words. Aim smiled gently. We'll see how it goes. If I really have free time, I'll spend more time with you. Han Xiao casually chatted for a while. Just as he was about to change into king and leave, his communicator rang. He had received a message. He took it out and looked at it. It was Aesop. Han Xiao was suddenly happy. Yeah, it's the old man who's looking for me. His timing is really on point. Ames glanced over and said nonchalantly, he must have seen that the earthquake has stopped. That's why he called you. Do you want to go together? Han Xiao waved his communicator. He's looking for you, not me. He probably has some prophecy to talk to you about, so I won't go. I still have to meet Hela and the others later. You can go see the old man yourself. I'm going to take a shower. Ames waved her hand lazily and patted Han Xiao's butt. She then got up and left the table, walking out of the room. Han Xiao shook his head, left the Dragon Emperor Palace, and went to Aesop's house with ease. He was soon welcomed in by the AI butler. As soon as he entered, he saw Aesop sitting on the sofa and raising his eyebrows at him. You're out? You already know the answer. Han Xiao curled his lips, picked up a fruit from the fruit platter on the table, and threw it into his mouth. He then sat on the sofa beside Aesop, put one arm on the back of the chair, and crossed his legs as if it was his own home. He casually asked, why are you looking for me? Be quieter next time, Aesop said helplessly. It's not the first time. Since when did you care so much? Han Xiao glanced at him strangely. I'm saying be more careful. Every time you guys are done with the earthquake, the logistics department has to repair it. They think that Ames is training and have already complained to me more than once, asking me to persuade her not to trouble Floating Dragon Island. Aesop shook his head with a pained expression. He knew that Han Xiao and Ames had maintained a relationship for a very long time. Although Ames was his adopted daughter in name, he knew that this kind of private matter had nothing to do with him. Therefore, he did not interfere or have the ability to do so. Furthermore, Black Star had always made him very satisfied. As an ancient with a rich history of love, Aesop was quite open-minded in this regard. He was not surprised that Ames and Black Star had hooked up. The way he saw it, the two of them had known each other for almost 100 years, and they were on the same level. They had experienced many things together and liked each other. It was only a matter of time before they slept on the same bed. As for the two of them not being married, it was not a big deal in Aesop's eyes. The old-style marriage system was no longer popular thousands of years ago. The galactic races had a long lifespan and a colorful life. Lifelong monogamy was a backward system that many galactic civilizations had eliminated. The mainstream type of marriage contract now was usually legal polygamy and monogamy with a contractual time limit. However, no matter what kind of marriage it was no longer a necessity for galactic residents. Due to the strong mobility of the population, most of the galactic civilization's identity registration had been simplified. Many galactic residents raised their children out of wedlock. The civilizations gave them high subsidies and even built public foster homes. Hearing this, Han Xiao was a little speechless. You didn't call me here just for this, right? If there's nothing serious, I'll go back. I'm not that bored. Of course, I have something serious to talk to you about. Aesop calmed himself down and threw away his distracting thoughts. He leaned forward and said solemnly, I recently had a new prophecy. I saw an ominous cloud hanging over the galactic society. It contains blood, fire, roars, and screams. It's very likely that a disaster is brewing. Do you still remember my previous prophecy? Endless wormholes opened up and countless fleets invaded. The two seem to be related. Perhaps an unknown war will break out in the near future. Is that so? Han Xiao raised his brows. The content of Aesop's prophecy was probably referring to the world tree. You don't seem surprised? Aesop blinked. Since you have a prophecy, there's no need to hide it from you. You must be very curious about the reason why the three universal civilizations have given in time and time again. This is it. Han Xiao spread his hands. Aesop was shocked before coming to a realization. So there's an external enemy. That makes sense. The three universal civilizations have no choice but to unite their forces, so they reached an agreement with you. That's about it. I can reveal some information. The external enemy, this time, is very troublesome. It might be the strongest enemy the three universal civilizations have seen in all these years. As for the specific details, I can't tell you for the time being. Just be mentally prepared, Han Xiao said. So, a universal war is really going to break out. Sigh, the days of peace are always so short. If it's an external enemy, it won't be a small fight. Who knows how many people will die? Aesop sighed. As he spoke, his expression turned solemn. Black Star, if the situation isn't good, I hope you can leave with Ames. There's no need to die with the three universal civilizations. How tragic is the scene you prophesied to make you so pessimistic? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Aesop said slowly with a serious expression, I'm just taking precautions. Remember, if the situation isn't right, don't walk down a dark path. On the other side, in the void dimension, Kasui's palace. Kasui sat at one end of the table. Opposite him was Manison's remote projection. On the table was a virtual card game of Wayne cards. The two of them were playing cards while chatting casually. Now that the association has an official status, according to Black Star's personality, he should strike while the iron is hot and carry out the next step of the plan. Now, he's keeping a low profile and not opening up a new plan, missing the opportunity. This isn't like him, Kasui said slowly as he casually played a card. Manison checked his cards and casually said without raising his head, Black Star definitely has his own plan. He's been very mysterious recently, colluding with the three universal civilizations. I don't know what he's doing. Speaking of which, the three universal civilizations' concessions have always been strange. Kasui crossed his hands. Manison did not mind and said calmly, the three universal civilizations are obviously under pressure. The choice of the three universal civilizations is obviously due to pressure. As for where the pressure is coming from, there are only a few possibilities. Based on the current situation, the most likely scenario is an invasion. Black Star should have reached an agreement with the three universal civilizations to fight the enemy together. Let's just wait. Not necessarily. Kasui shook his head. Because he had information on the iterations, he thought more. Other than the possibility of foreign enemies, he also felt that the three universal civilizations might have discovered the existence of the iterations and put down the dispute. However, this was all speculation. No matter which one it was, he supported Han Xiao's current approach. Although Han Xiao did not reveal the situation of the World Tree, many beyond grades had thought about it over the past few days and roughly guessed that the reason for the current situation was the existence of an external enemy. However, since Black Star did not announce it, many association members had a tacit understanding and pretended not to know. In places that Han Xiao did not know, there were already quite a number of beyond grade as secretly preparing for battle, somewhere in the unexplored universe. The spaceship of the World Tree Exploration Team changed direction and was heading in one direction at full speed. The crew members in the cockpit were all excited, and there were even a few trembling old Kundi race members tied up in the corner. After so many years, we've finally found a prey. The captain stared at the coordinates on the screen excitedly. They had been wandering in the universe for many years, searching for unknown civilizations alone. The universe was so vast, and the probability was obvious. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. To the expedition team, it was like an exile, and they only had a harvest today. Not long ago, they had discovered a low-tech escape pod and captured the life inside. Through various methods, they had obtained the information and the memories of these intelligent creatures who called themselves the Kundi race. When the dynasty defeated the Kundi race civilization, batches of their race had escaped through the escape pods. After many years of travel and some coincidental factors, some of the survivors had left the explored universe. and this escape pod was one of those who had escaped. The memories of these Kundi race members of the explored universe only stopped at the stage of the war between the Red Empire and them. Because they were a native civilization of the flickering world and had not integrated into the galactic society, they had almost no understanding of the situation in the explored universe. However, to the World Tree Exploration Team, the most valuable information was the coordinates recorded in this escape pod, as well as the navigation records over the years. It provided them with a navigation target that pointed to the original address of the Kundi race civilization, which was the flickering world star field. Due to the uniqueness of the World Tree's mental network, every exploration team was a real-time universe coordinate recorder. The coordinates of every place they passed would be uploaded to the World Tree simultaneously. This meant that as long as the exploration team reached their destination, they would obtain the coordinates of their opponent. After analysis and research, the World Tree's base could use the wormhole generator to transport a large number of troops. The three universal civilizations had also used this method to enter the territory of the World Tree civilization for the first time. It was basically the standard space technology of advanced civilizations. At the same time, the exploration team was also in charge of intelligence work, infiltrating the territory of the unknown civilization to gather information about the other party. Only when they knew about the enemy situation would the World Tree invade on a large scale, not rashly start a war as soon as they found prey. I wonder what level of civilization the prey is this time. Could it be the nest of the outsider who caused a ruckus in the territory of the civilization recently? TSK, we have to be careful. The captain muttered to himself and was very vigilant. He had also learned from the mental network that Han Shao had fought 100 enemies alone in the territory of the World Tree civilization. If these coordinates were really the hometown of that brave outsider, the danger level would be the highest. Chapter 1347. In a military-restricted zone in the Black Star Corps territory. In the bright galaxy, two gigantic mechanical deities were colliding like galactic beasts in close combat. With every collision, electric arcs flashed, sparks flew, and shock waves kept bursting out like endless ripples. Bang! Among them, the black and gold mechanical deity had a thick psionic shield and collided with the opponent's abdomen, causing light to splatter everywhere. Taking advantage of this collision, it opened up a small distance, and countless beams of light shot out from the densely packed muzzles on its shoulders, condensing into a dazzling golden beam of light that pushed the opponent away. The mechanical deity that was sent flying rolled in the galaxy for a while before quickly stabilizing its body. Its flickering shield blocked the attack, and it was not injured. You've recovered well. The black and gold mechanical deity did not chase after it. Its body opened and closed like scales, and it put its weapon back into its body. It then spoke in the channel. It was Han Shao himself. The other mechanical deity was Herberlin. Hearing this, it stopped, stretched its shoulder axle, and said with a muffled voice, "This configuration still needs to be readjusted. The power is not enough." After waking up and proving the existence of the World Tree, Herberlin had repaired its body with Han Zhao's help, recovered its combat strength, added various weapons, and formed different equipment configurations. From time to time, it would spar with Han Shao to test the combat ability of various configurations. I think this melee equipment combination suits you quite well. Just add a few more sets of reactor modules. Although you can't beat me, it shouldn't be a problem for you to fight on par with the Mecha Empire. Han Shao smiled. To him, sparring with Herberlin was a good leisure activity. He could relax his body and mind while building machinery. After all, most beyond grade as could not stand his size, and Herberlin's size was about the same as his. At the same time, it was also resistant to beatings and could fight freely. It was a good combat opponent. Although Herberlin had been defeated by the World Tree before, it was still one against many, and its strength could not be underestimated. After recovering its combat strength, it would definitely enter the first echelon of the explored universe's beyond grade and it would even be at the top level. It will be a strong help. Hearing this, Herberlin disarmed himself, removed a metal tube from the arm armor groove, and casually threw it to Han Xiao, saying, "Another mutated vehicle." Han Xiao took the metal tube and looked at it. He sensed some special structure from it. He nodded and put it away. Although he was also an active mechanical deity now, that was the result of a trick and did not completely replicate the uniqueness of Herberlin. Herberlin's body was very strange. It was a combination of flesh and blood life forms and mechanical life forms. Mechanical parts that had been configured for a long time had a chance of naturally mutating like biological tissues, turning into special equipment similar to the accompanying weapons of apostle weapons. Their effects were strengthened. A body like Herberlin's was a treasure in the eyes of the average person. Any piece of it contained amazing technical content. However, Han Xiao only needed the mutation module. He asked Herberlin to dig out the mutated body tissue from time to time and give it to him for research. This was one of the rewards for debugging the body. After doing all this, Herberlin asked, "How is your contact with the World Tree now?" "It's all right. We've obtained a lot of secrets. For the time being, we'll hold back and accumulate strength." Han Xiao briefly explained the situation of him stealing the World Tree secrets and his current strategic plan. This was the information that he had agreed to share when he invited Herberlin to fight against the World Tree. Hearing that the three universal civilizations had the advantage of intelligence with Han Xiao's help, Herberlin hesitated for 2 seconds and could not help but say, "The three universal civilizations are really lucky to have someone like you." If one were to ask Herberlin what he was feeling now, it would be envy and jealousy. The Karma Republic that he was in only reacted when the World Tree civilization came knocking on their door. They were caught off guard and were defeated easily. He could not help but envy the explored universe for having Black Star. If the Karma Republic also had Black Star's help, at least they would not have lost without any resistance. Herberlin had mixed feelings and said dejectedly, "Unfortunately, we don't have such luck. We can't have someone like you." "Cough, it's not that bad." Han Xiao was speechless. "We were just chatting. Why did you suddenly start bragging?" "Did I ask you to brag?" Just as he was about to say something to comfort her, his communicator suddenly beeped. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Oathkeeper. "Destiny's Child Surveillance has discovered something. Come quickly." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and immediately lost the mood to chat. He casually said goodbye to Herberlin, then changed into the king and teleported to the Holy Covenant organization. His vision blurred, and he arrived at Destiny's Child's laboratory. This time, Oathkeeper was waiting for him in the room. "What's going on? What's going on?" Han Xiao glanced at Destiny's Child, walked to Oathkeeper, and asked directly, "There's a change in the situation. Take a look." Oathkeeper's expression was solemn, and he was not in the mood to joke. Han Xiao turned around and connected with Destiny's Child mentally. Information flowed into his mind, and his expression changed. "The World Tree Exploration Team has obtained our coordinates." This information was a little unexpected, and Han Xiao's mood immediately became solemn. Destiny's Child surveillance came from the information exchange when the subbody activated its foresight ability. The intelligence obtained this time was that an exploration team of the World Tree had found the coordinates of a new unknown civilization. The World Tree used all the information this exploration team had as a medium for foresight and organized a large number of diviners to activate their abilities. Thus, Destiny's Child knew about the exploration team's situation. Therefore, Han Xiao saw in the intelligence that the World Tree Exploration Team had discovered a group of Kundi race members, as well as the information they had obtained. The coordinates pointed to the old site of the Kundi race civilization, which was in the middle of the flickering world. The surveillance intelligence showed the origin of this group of Kundi race members. They were the survivors of the war. Although the refugees knew almost nothing about the galactic society, causing the World Tree to be unsure if this unknown civilization was the same as the outsiders who were spying on them. Exposing the coordinates was an extremely dangerous matter. The World Tree would definitely investigate it thoroughly. By then, they would naturally be able to find out the details of the three universal civilizations. There's actually such a thing, Han Xiao frowned. In his previous life, the World Tree's invasion had been devastating, and they had come prepared. It was obvious that the exploration team had discovered the three universal civilizations early on, but they had been secretly stealing information until they were ready. No one knew when the World Tree first discovered the three universal civilizations, but to Han Xiao, it did not make sense for it to be so early. It was most likely a butterfly effect. Because of his influence, the number and trajectory of the Kundi race refugees had changed, and they had coincidentally bumped into the World Tree exploration team. Without the coordinates, it would be difficult to find something in a house. If they knew the location, the efficiency would increase countless times, not to mention the vast galactic universe. The same logic applied to the World Tree exploration team. In his previous life, the exploration team was most likely searching aimlessly, like looking for a needle in a haystack, and coincidentally came to the explored universe. Now that they had the navigation coordinates, they could directly head in that direction. They would definitely arrive at the explored universe much earlier, exposing the three universal civilizations in advance. What do you plan to do? Oathkeeper asked with a deep voice when he saw Han Xiao's expression changing. Han Xiao came back to his senses and frowned. If that's the case, we can only interfere. We can't sit back and watch the World Tree find us so easily. Destiny's Child surveillance showed the current location of the exploration team. The only thing they could do now was to intercept the exploration team halfway and try their best not to let the World Tree find out about the strength of the three universal civilizations. They had to buy some time for the three universal civilizations to mobilize openly and officially enter war mode to face the enemy. However, no matter what, the World Tree had already obtained the coordinates, and finding the flickering world was a foregone conclusion. Even if they destroyed this exploration team, there would still be an endless stream of reinforcements. I thought there was still a lot of time, but plans can't keep up with changes. Thinking of this, Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. It was not easy to convince the three universal civilizations to listen to his suggestion and reduce their contact with the World Tree civilization, leaving more time for the secondary dimension expedition team. However, unexpected factors made things go contrary to his wishes. The Kundi race civilization had once been destroyed by the dynasty, and now the refugees had brought an even greater disaster to the three universal civilizations. It was like a cycle of reincarnation, and no one could blame anyone. With a sigh, Han Xiao collected his emotions and calmed himself down. No matter what, it had already happened. He could only think of a way to deal with it and accept reality. The World Tree has already discovered our coordinates. In the meeting room of the three universal civilizations, the three of them were shocked when they received Han Xiao's information. It's like this, Han Xiao explained the whole story. After he left the Holy Covenant, he immediately informed the leaders of the three universal civilizations to share this sudden information. After hearing the explanation, the three of them had solemn expressions. The three of them did not have much thoughts about the Kundi race refugees leaking the secret. At most, they would curse them for being unlucky, but they were more glad that Han Xiao had a surveillance channel to discover the World Tree's movements this time. After all, they did not have a perverted information forewarning network like the World Tree. If they were infiltrated, they would be completely undetectable. After thinking for a while, Mar Bruce spoke with a serious tone. Black Star, I'll leave the exploration team to you. Everyone, from now on, we have to enter a state of war. Chapter 1348. Somewhere in the unexplored universe. With a flash of light, Han Zhao's figure appeared out of thin air in the vast starry sky. This is where the exploration team passed by. Glancing at the coordinates, Han Xiao mumbled to himself, "That's right." The World Tree used all the information of the exploration team as a medium for prediction, including the route of the exploration team. Destiny's Child had also intercepted the detailed coordinates. and Han Xiao used the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device to enter the coordinates and teleport to this unexplored area that the three universal civilizations had never set foot in. The exploration team had passed by here not long ago, so they were naturally far away now. According to the navigation coordinates given by the Kundi race, the exploration team is heading this way. Han Xiao took out the galactic locator and calibrated the location. He then turned around and locked onto a direction. With the navigation coordinates, the exploration team was most likely moving in a straight line, so he could determine the other party's direction. Although the exploration team was very fast and had already run very far ahead, he could not see them. However, this method was enough for him to chase after them. With a flash of mechanical force, the door of the secondary dimensional army box opened, and a large number of mechanical troops surged out. Han Xiao led a group of troops and chased after them along the navigation coordinates, while the rest of the mechanical troops scattered and explored in different directions. On one hand, it was to be safe, afraid that the exploration team would take a detour. On the other hand, it was to set up a Stargate terminal nearby. The three universal civilizations would set up a terminal on the other side of the explored universe and connect the two sides to activate the long-distance Stargate channel. This involved the next step of the strategy that they had discussed before they set off. Due to the devouring mechanism of the World Tree, the three universal civilizations did not wish to start a war in their own territory. This would be too passive, so they decided to use the Stargate to send a large number of troops to this area and build a defense circle along the exploration team's route to defend against the enemy outside the country. At the same time, they would stop the exploration army of the World Tree and try to increase the difficulty of infiltrating. Between the defense circle and the flickering world, there was still a large unexplored area as a buffer zone. Even if the World Tree broke through the defense line, it would not be able to immediately attack the territory of the explored universe. This way, the three universal civilizations could bombard as much as they wanted and use strategic weapons of mass destruction to cover the area, trying their best to eliminate the World Tree's strength. These were all necessary preparations. However, in Han Zhao's opinion, an all-out war would not erupt because of this. He had learned from Barbani about the World Tree's habits. Even if it discovered that they had established a defensive circle, the World Tree would not rashly attack. There was a high chance that it would take a detour and find a way to sneak into their rear to steal information. The World Tree focused on invasion. It seemed reckless, but that was not the case. According to Barbani's explanation, the World Tree's greatest advantage was its endless army and its astonishing detection technology, which was its hard strength and intelligence ability. Why were they always able to launch invasions so easily? Rather than relying on brute force, it was more about grasping detailed information about the enemy before the battle, understanding the enemy's weakness, and then accurately attacking the enemy's penis, striking the enemy's soul, and winning the battle from the get-go. Han Xiao calculated in his heart as he led the mechanical army through hyperdrive at full power, turning into streams of light that flashed across the starry sky. All of them were equipped with high warp speed hyperdrive engines. With the enhancement of mechanical force, their speed was even faster than the exploration team. After chasing for an unknown amount of time, the exploration team's two spaceships appeared in the radar's vision. It's indeed in this direction. Seeing the target appear, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Destiny's Child was really awesome, or else it would not have gone so smoothly. The exploration team had activated the concealment device, but they could not avoid his detection, and he would not be easily discovered by a small exploration team. Han Xiao did not intend to communicate with them. He waved his hand and had a group of mechanical troops go around to the front to set up a space stabilization anchor, forcing the exploration team out of hyperdrive mode. He then set up his long-range weapons and locked onto the two spaceships. Not long after, the two spaceships of the exploration team crashed into the trap set up by the mechanical army. They shook violently, and their speed plummeted, returning to normal navigation mode. Han Xiao opened fire without hesitation. A thick, high-energy particle stream shot out from the muzzle and swept past the two spaceships. The next moment, the shields of the two spaceships shattered in the blink of an eye. The bodies of the spaceships melted and disappeared without a trace. A small exploration team naturally could not withstand Han Zhao's attack. Seeing that the target had been successfully eliminated, Han Zhao shook his head, but he could not be happy. He knew that this was just the beginning. Due to the mental network connection of the World Tree, it was basically impossible to mislead this exploration team. Now, the World Tree's base camp would definitely place great importance on the exploration team's progress. If anything went wrong here, the World Tree would be able to discover it. It was equivalent to the mainframe backing up all the data. He could hack the exploration team, but he could not hack the World Tree's main body. Tampering with the data would be easily detected, so he could only eliminate the exploration team to buy some time. Han Zhao did not leave immediately. Instead, he collected the surrounding spatial coordinates and summoned the engineering team to set up the place. At the same time, in the World Tree civilization, the exploration team's mental network connection has been cut off. The team members have all turned into seeds. They seem to have been attacked. In the Tree King Hall, Tidrian stood under the throne and reported the situation with a surprised tone. Due to the discovery of the prey, the World Tree civilization placed great importance on the exploration team's progress and had been maintaining mental communication with the team. The moment the exploration team lost contact, the upper echelons noticed it. Enemy attack? Could it be this unknown civilization? How did they discover the exploration team? The subduing Tree King frowned. At this moment, the other Tree King sitting on the throne laughed and slowly said, "This unknown civilization is not simple. It seems that this unknown civilization is not simple. It either has a special anti-surveillance method similar to the information forewarning network, or it has built an outpost outside the territory. It's also possible that the refugees discovered by the exploration team are just a trap." There were 5 thrones in the hall, corresponding to the 5 Tree Kings. At this moment, 3 thrones were empty, and only 2 Tree Kings had appeared. One of them was subduing Tree King Saint Grace, and the one who spoke was Heart Tree King Minotaur, a peak beyond grade A psychic. After Han Zhao caused a ruckus, the World Tree civilization entered a state of alert, and the Heart Tree King woke up from his deep sleep. There were now 2 Tree Kings on standby, and the other 3 Tree Kings were also observing the situation outside. At this moment, there were still a few executive officers waiting in the hall. Hearing this, an executive officer asked, "Trap? Are you saying that there's a problem with the coordinates obtained by the exploration team?" The Heart Tree King did not comment and casually said, "The coordinates and information provided by this group of refugees might have been specially forged by an unknown civilization. Their goal might be to lure the enemy in and lure outsiders into the trap they prepared. After all, the universe is so big, and we're not the only hunters." The expressions of the executive officers became more solemn. The exploration team had just discovered the coordinates, but they were already wiped out. They could not help but be afraid, and their evaluation of this unknown civilization increased. In the process of conquering the universe, it was not as if they had never encountered a tough opponent. They had also seen civilizations that focused on invasion. They had always maintained their vigilance against such existences. At this moment, Tidrian exclaimed and said, "That's not right. If this is a trap to lure the enemy, there's no need for this unknown civilization to attack the exploration team. This will only alarm others. They should have shown weakness." The Heart Tree King smiled and nodded. "That's right. So the possibility of this being a trap is not high. This unknown civilization probably doesn't want to come into contact with outsiders and is afraid of being exposed. However, their actions also expose some things. After the unknown civilization discovered the exploration team, they directly launched an attack without any intention of capturing them alive. Isn't this a suspicious point?" Hearing this, the eyes of many executive officers flickered thoughtfully. Tidrian pondered. Logically speaking, When a civilization discovers an exploration team of unknown origins, there's a high chance that they will capture them alive and try to obtain information. The Heart Tree King nodded and slowly said, "That's right, but this unknown civilization did not do so. Maybe it's because they're cautious, but it's more likely that they have our information and know that the World Tree has a mental network connection, so they don't dare to show themselves, afraid that they'll be observed. Think about it. If they don't understand our mental network, what are the chances of them destroying a foreign exploration team so carelessly?" Tidrian was shocked and said with a deep voice, "So, you're saying that this unknown civilization is very likely the hometown of the outsider who stole a lot of our secrets?" As soon as he said that, everyone's expressions changed. Han Xiao had left quite a psychological scar on them, and it was still fresh in their minds. Just the mention of him made many members of the World Tree feel pressured. All of this is just a guess. We still have to investigate what's going on. The Heart Tree King waved his hand and said calmly, "The next step is to locate the coordinates that this exploration team has recently passed by, open the wormhole channel, and send the advanced troops over. We will continue the unfinished exploration and head toward the navigation coordinates. Regardless of whether it's a trap or not, this is the only clue we have at the moment. We have to investigate it thoroughly." "That's what I meant." The Subduing Tree King nodded. "Understood. We'll mobilize the fleet now." The executive officers bowed in response. Somewhere in the central galaxy in the explored universe, a few huge Stargate devices lay in the middle of the galaxy. At this moment, the passageway was not open, and it was only a huge ring-shaped mechanical device. In front of these Stargates floated an endless joint fleet. The armies of the Radiant Federation, the Red Empire, and the Arcane Church were clearly separated. They had been waiting here for a long time. These Stargates were compatible with the Stargate terminals that Han Xiao had taken away. As long as Han Xiao completed the terminal connection, the two sides would be able to establish a fast channel. After learning of the existence of the World Tree, the three universal civilizations had been secretly mobilizing their troops. Currently, most of the armies were on standby and could be mobilized at any time. While Han Xiao was dealing with the exploration team, the three universal civilizations had efficiently recruited a group of mobile troops and were waiting here. With Black Star's efficiency, it should be soon. In the main ship of the Radiant Federation, Commander Simon played with an exquisite handmade pocket watch and looked down at the time from time to time. The crew members around him all had solemn expressions, and the atmosphere was solemn. At this moment, the few Stargates outside the window were activated one after another. A dark blue spatial vortex appeared in the ring device. Starlight shone mysteriously as it led to the exit on the other side. Seeing this, Simon slammed the cover shut and expressionlessly put the pocket watch into the front pocket of his military uniform. Everyone set off. Chapter 1349. In the area where the exploration team was wiped out, Han Zhao's mechanical army had already set up the Stargate device and activated the channel. The space vortex slowly rotated, and not long after, batches of the three universal civilizations' fleets sailed out of the Stargate. Simon immediately saw the mechanical base floating in the starry sky outside the window. This was Han Zhao's temporary stronghold. "We're here." Simon sent a message to Han Xiao. "I see it. This is the exploration team's trajectory. I'll leave the rest to you guys." Han Xiao replied casually before sending the information to the various commanders. Simon nodded and did not exchange greetings. He turned around and ordered the fleet to start moving. The three universal civilizations' joint army immediately dispersed. The engineering team built the prototype of the defense circle on the spot, while the mobility team followed the exploration team's route and set up space stabilization devices along the way. The World Tree could only take the coordinates from the exploration team's route to open a wormhole, and the three universal civilizations countered this. Seeing the three universal civilizations' fleets start working in an orderly manner, Han Xiao nodded. Although the two sides had come into contact in advance, compared to his previous life, the three universal civilizations were in a much better situation. Now that the World Tree did not know their background and was not prepared, they could not invade from the secondary dimensions. Therefore, the three universal civilizations only needed to pay attention to the front line of the main universe for the time being, which saved them a lot of energy. Furthermore, they had the initiative and blocked the enemy outside their territory. The situation was not bad. Everyone set up for a long time. Suddenly, a space-time anomaly occurred somewhere on the exploration team's route, attracting everyone's attention. A wormhole vortex formed out of thin air, but on the way, the wormhole was disturbed by the nearby space stabilization anchor. The process was interrupted and destroyed. The World Tree's teleportation failed. Seeing this, many of the three universal civilizations' officers were overjoyed. This was obviously the World Tree's attempt to send the next batch of troops after the exploration team died. This proved that their current plan was effective and successfully stopped the World Tree from teleporting troops. This way, the World Tree could only choose to teleport further away and keep trying until it succeeded. At that time, the three universal civilizations, who were prepared, would naturally chase after them and start exchanging fire. Since the plan was effective, Han Xiao did not keep an eye on it. He left this to the three universal civilizations. With more people, the efficiency was higher. Leaving behind a throne, Han Xiao changed into the king and returned to the explored universe. He still had many things to do. Planet Finn, beyond Grade A Association headquarters. After Han Xiao returned, he immediately called for an emergency meeting. When the members of the association received the news, they all attended. Ever since the three universal civilizations lifted the ban, Black Star had not gathered everyone so urgently. In the venue, the projections of many beyond grade as landed in their seats and looked at Han Xiao curiously. Black Star, why did you urgently call us for a meeting? Kasui turned his head and asked. Han Xiao looked around and said with a deep voice, I know that all of you have always been curious about the reason behind our truce with the three universal civilizations. Previously, due to the confidentiality agreement and some strategic considerations, I did not reveal it to the outside world. However, now that the situation has changed, I can tell all of you, because the three universal civilizations discovered a foreign civilization that lives on aggression and threatened the safety of the entire galactic society. They chose to compromise and give in at the critical moment, hoping to unite our forces to fight against the foreign enemy. Hearing this, the expressions of the beyond grade as present changed. Some were enlightened, some were bewildered, and some were not surprised. Many people had already vaguely expected this possibility, so they did not show much reaction. Manison's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, This is the condition of the three universal civilizations giving us independence. That's right. Han Xiao nodded. Then how strong is this foreign enemy? Kasui was curious. Due to some reasons, it's not convenient to reveal the details for the time being, but the overall strength is very strong. Han Xiao briefly explained the scale of the World Tree's forces. After hearing the introduction, many people looked at each other and frowned. They were afraid of the strong enemy Han Xiao described. I didn't expect to be fighting side by side with the three universal civilizations in the blink of an eye. The foreign enemy is so strong. Can the three universal civilizations win? Even if they can win, it will probably be a Pyrrhic victory. Many people whispered in each other's ears, discussing in low voices. They were deeply worried. Dylan frowned. In other words, we still have to work for the three universal civilizations? Han Xiao waved his hand. It's just a deal. Besides, we're also the prey of the foreign enemy. We're in the same boat as the three universal civilizations. Nonsense. The three universal civilizations can't even take care of themselves, and we can definitely leave. They won't dare to stop us at this juncture, but if we stay to fight, won't we be using our lives to protect the rule of the three universal civilizations? Dylan's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. His hostility toward the three universal civilizations was very firm. If we participate in the battle, who knows how many people will die? Even with the Sanctum revival, we'll probably... Biger hesitated. Most people were willing to fight the three universal civilizations for the treatment of the beyond grade as because of historical reasons, but many people were not willing to fight for the three universal civilizations. Among them, the revivers made up the largest proportion. They felt that they could no longer enjoy the Sanctum revival and lost their lives for the three universal civilizations. They could not help but feel that it was not worth it. The issue of protecting the people was not in the consideration of some beyond grade as, after all, the strength of an individual was different from that of a civilization. If they did not rely on the people to start, they naturally did not have much of an obligation to protect them. Now that the problem of the beyond grade as was basically solved, many revivers had achieved their goal, and their mentality inevitably turned to being independent. Han Xiao saw everyone's expressions and said, "This is the condition of the deal. If we don't participate in the battle, the association's independence and other agreements will be nullified." Dylan snorted disapprovingly. "Come on, it's not certain if the three universal civilizations can win. We're risking our lives to fight, but if the three universal civilizations lose, these agreements will still be useless. To us, it's a huge loss. This is obviously a method to gain something without risking anything. You're right, but there are two sides to everything. This is also an opportunity. Furthermore, we were all born in the Galactic Society, and it's not time for us to abandon our hometown. Escaping is not the first choice." Han Xiao shook his head. "All right, let's say we win against the foreign enemies, but after that, what if the three universal civilizations take the opportunity to clean us up again? Will we still have the strength to resist then?" Dylan questioned. "Of course, I've considered this. Don't worry, it won't be our turn to fight against the foreign enemies. The losses of the three universal civilizations will only be greater than ours. At that time, the association will still be able to retain enough strength, even stronger than now." Dylan snorted. "It's easy to say. I don't care about others, but I won't agree. You want me to fight for the three universal civilizations? No way." Han Xiao ignored him and turned to look at the others. "What do you guys think?" Hearing the argument between the two of them, the beyond grade as had different expressions. Some were hesitant, while others were calm. Black Star is right. This is a deal. There are risks and benefits. We're not fighting for the three universal civilizations, but for our hometown. At least for me. I'm used to living here for so long. If it's not necessary, I don't want to watch the Galactic Society be destroyed," Kant said slowly. Kasui nodded and said, "No matter what, it's too early to discuss escaping before the war starts. I believe that Black Star doesn't mean to fight to the death. If the situation is really irreversible, with his style, he won't lead us to the end." "That's right." Secret Master nodded expressionlessly. Most of the beyond grade, as other than the revivers, understood Han Zhao's approach. After all, not everyone was willing to abandon their hometown. Furthermore, as a beyond grade A, they still had the confidence to protect themselves even in the face of a universal war. Being scared away by the enemy was not within the consideration of most people. Whether they could win or not would only be known after fighting. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded at everyone, then looked at Dylan and the others, slowly saying, "The war hasn't started yet. You still have plenty of time to consider. The association respects the opinions of every member and cannot force anyone to participate in the war. Of course, if you change your mind one day, I welcome you to fight alongside us." "Humph, even if the Galactic Society is gone and I have to live in seclusion, I won't regret my attitude today." Dylan snorted. Han Zhao's expression was calm, and he was not angry. It was normal to have differences, and he had considered this long ago. However, in his previous life, everyone in the explored universe was a soldier, so it could be seen that most people were still upright. Furthermore, in his previous life, Oathkeeper had persuaded many revivers to participate in the war at the critical moment. Clearly, it was not only because of emotions, but also because he had used the Sanctum revival as a bargaining chip to move all the beyond grade as. When the truth of the unlimited sanctum revival was exposed, he believed that these cold and aloof avoidance faction would really be satisfied. Han Shao gave some instructions before announcing the end of the meeting. Everyone left with their own thoughts, and only Manison stayed behind. "What do you have to say to me?" Han Shao looked at him and asked. Manison crossed his hands on his legs and said calmly, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you want to reconsider my route?" "Why? You want to replace the 3 universal civilizations?" Han Shao smiled faintly. "Can't I?" Manison glanced at Han Shao. "If we lose, pretend that I didn't say anything. If we win, this will be an excellent opportunity. Maybe that will be the weakest moment of the 3 universal civilizations so far, and the virtual mutiny virus in our hands will come in handy. You still haven't given up, and the things you're plotting are even more exaggerated." Han Shao shook his head. Manison was expressionless. "When the 3 universal civilizations recover, they will still see us as a thorn in their side. As long as they stay on top of us, we won't be able to have true peace. Your path of checks and balances is effective, but isn't it better to solve the threat once and for all? It's too early to say that. Let's focus on dealing with the enemies." Han Shao did not comment and waved his hand. For the citizens of the Galactic Society, this was an ordinary day. However, on this day, the peaceful life in their eyes was easily broken by the galactic government jointly issued by the 3 universal civilizations. On this day, the 3 universal civilizations announced that a powerful foreign civilization was planning to invade the Galactic Society. From this day onward, the entire universe would enter a state of war, and they requested the flickering world and many other peripheral star fields to begin large-scale migration of people. This earth-shattering news swept through every star field like a hurricane. All the galactic residents and civilian organizations who saw the news could not believe their eyes, thinking that it was fake news. However, the following actions of the 3 universal civilizations proved that this was not a joke. Large groups of official fleets forcibly migrated people in the various peripheral star fields, and the various civilizations were extremely cooperative. Ships of galactic residents of different races were packed up and sent to the center of the explored universe. Recently, the Beyond Grade A Association, which had an astonishing reputation, also issued a statement at the same time, proving that the 3 universal civilizations were not lying. They would resist the enemies together and begin to recruit supers from all over the universe without limit. There was almost no gap in this series of actions, as if they had been prepared long ago. The tense atmosphere of a storm instantly swept through the entire galactic society. There was no related news before this, and this matter came too suddenly. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky on a calm sea, setting off huge waves. Public opinion exploded instantly. However, the characteristic of the galactic era was that the people were used to all kinds of strange things, and their adaptability and acceptance were strong enough. Although a long and comfortable life had slowed down many people's reactions, the galactic residents generally still quickly accepted the fact that a war was about to break out. They did not have the time to think about it, and hurriedly responded. Fortunately, the conflict between the 3 universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association some time ago had given many galactic residents experience. At this time, they almost seamlessly switched to the mentality of fleeing without hesitation. Without the 3 universal civilizations forcing them to migrate, most of the galactic residents consciously left the peripheral star fields, forming a huge migration wave. The public stargates were blocked, and the fleets could extend to the end of their vision. While migrating the people, the armies of the 3 universal civilizations moved toward the peripheral star fields, requisitioning most of the areas and entering war mode. In daily life, the various star fields were living areas. Once a war broke out, the entire explored universe would be the strategic depth in the eyes of the 3 universal civilizations. All the star fields were war zones with different functions. Chapter 1350. In the Supercluster Alliance's joint conference room, many leaders were having a heated discussion. Ever since the three universal civilizations announced the universal war mobilization, the leaders of the various civilizations had put down their other work and treated it as their top priority. They actively asked the three universal civilizations about the situation of the foreign enemy. However, due to the importance of this matter, there were too many civilizations that were eager to find out more information. The three universal civilizations only gave a unified reply, briefly explaining the situation of the information entanglement. They claimed that they wanted to control the number of people who knew about it, and said that it was not convenient to disclose the enemy's information for the time being. Therefore, the other civilizations knew almost nothing about the enemy. However, even if some civilizations were usually dissatisfied with the three universal civilizations, they would still follow the instructions of the three universal civilizations and cooperate with the strategic deployment when facing an external war. After all, the three universal civilizations were the supreme rulers, and their determination to protect the safety of the explored universe was unquestionable. At the same time, they were also the pillars of the galactic society. The various civilizations did not object to the three universal civilizations having unified command during wartime. Even the Supercluster Alliance did not dare have any objections. A Supercluster leader knocked on the table and said loudly, "The invasion of a foreign civilization is not small." For some reason, the three universal civilizations did not reveal the enemy's background. However, for them to make such a big fuss, it's obvious that they have met a strong enemy. According to the attitude of the three universal civilizations, it's most likely a mature universal civilization this time. It's not something those natives can compare to. Another guest. Everyone's expressions were rather heavy. This was not the first time the explored universe had dealt with an unknown civilization. In history, the development of new star fields would occasionally happen. The most recent example was the development of the flickering world, and the Kundi race war was similar. However, the natives and the universal civilizations were worlds apart, and the intensity of the war was on a completely different level. The universal civilizations in the unexplored universe were basically the overlords of an area. This was not a small fight when fighting the natives, but an equal galactic war. They no longer had a 100% chance of winning like when teaching the natives a lesson, and the galactic society had a chance of being destroyed. The three universal civilizations had adopted a defensive posture in their base camp, so they were obviously not the ones who took the initiative to attack. There was a high chance that they were the ones being invaded. This made the leaders of the supercluster civilizations feel that something was wrong. No one wanted to start a war in their own territory. That way, even if they won, their territory would suffer huge losses. However, the three universal civilizations had adopted a defensive strategy, which meant that they were likely at a disadvantage, causing them to only be able to resist the invasion passively. The three universal civilizations' conservative strategy has exposed their lack of confidence. We should prepare a way out. If the three universal civilizations become losers, we have to think of a way to protect our civilization. The leader of the Star Arc sect said solemnly, "In the eyes of these superiors, nothing was inevitable. They would never believe that the three universal civilizations would never be defeated or destroyed. They had to consider every possibility and plan ahead. It's a pity that the three universal civilizations don't disclose information about this foreign enemy. We can't analyze their social structure, political orientation, and attitude." Someone shook their head. "It seems that we can only learn about this foreign civilization when the war starts. Then, we can make a decision based on the actual situation. Before that, we can only arrange the tinder warehouse," the Starstreak leader said. After discussing for a while, one of the three kings of Moto suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Speaking of which, this might be a chance for us to break the deadlock." Hearing this, the eyes of the leaders of the supercluster flickered. They stayed in the explored universe, and their development had always been restricted by the three universal civilizations. Only external forces could break the balance. Their previous attempt at the flickering world had failed, And although the Beyond Grade A Association had potential, it did not seem to be of much use now. However, external enemies were the biggest variable, and it was a good opportunity to change the situation. The Star Arc leader pinched his chin and slowly said, "The most ideal situation is for the three universal civilizations and the foreign civilization to both be heavily injured. We can take over and rule the galactic society. Of course, they will be on guard against us. If this path doesn't work, we can also retreat while the war is going on. The three universal civilizations won't have the strength to stop us then. We can take our civilization and migrate to a distant area, become the new rulers, eat resources, and develop freely. We won't be restricted and suppressed like today." Everyone's eyes lit up, and they were a little tempted. As the saying went, one would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. The Supercluster Alliance had been in second place for too long, and they were beaten by the three universal civilizations every day. If there was no external interference, they would never have a chance to turn the tables and would always be inferior to the three universal civilizations. If they could get rid of the restrictions, a great migration could be a choice. This time, the Star Arc leader changed the topic. "However, we don't have any information about the enemy now, so it's not suitable for us to make a decision. The three universal civilizations will most likely be on guard against us, forcing us to be the main force to reduce our strength and make us lose our threat. Therefore, we still have to see how the war goes." The leaders nodded with subtle expressions. Currently, the enemy had yet to attack, so it was naturally impossible for the various civilizations to unite. Selfishness was inevitable. War had always been sudden, and the announcement of the three universal civilizations spread throughout the galaxy, shocking the players. "Suddenly, there's going to be a war? I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. Didn't they say that the main storyline was the rise of a Beyond Grade A country? Why did it suddenly become a galactic war? TSK, I got the main storyline wrong again. I really can't guess this version. Actually, all of this can be traced. It's just that the level of intelligence we have is not high enough, so we can't get the inside story. We can only analyze the surface." A large number of players on the forums were shocked, but after the shock, most of them quickly became excited. "War? That's good. I could participate in the main storyline again." As a group that wished for the world to be in chaos, the players welcomed war. After the three universal civilizations and the association became good friends again, many players could only operate the black markets to farm daily items. Although they were very free, they did not have a main storyline goal, so they were more or less bored. Now that a universal war was about to break out, perhaps the largest war they had seen so far, most of the players could not wait. At this time, Han Xiao also issued a conscription order to the army players, summoning all the combat-ready soldiers of the army to the flickering world on standby. Under Black Star's call, the tens of millions of army players almost all responded, dropping the black market missions in their hands and gathering toward Black Star Palace from all over the world. Flickering World, Dawn Star Cluster, Border Stargate Station. Civilian spaceships of various styles lined up in front of the Stargate. Under the supervision of the Red Empire fleet, they maintained order and entered the Stargate in batches. These were all galactic residents who responded to the migration and were leaving the flickering world on a large scale. Basically, all the galactic travel companies spontaneously assisted in the migration, mobilizing their ships to transport batch after batch of galactic residents out of the border. They responded to the call and also took the opportunity to make a fortune with the soaring demand for flights. Currently, the galactic flights did not consider comfort, only passenger capacity. Unless they chose the VIP cabin that was many times more expensive, they could not expect to receive any special treatment. In a large travel spaceship, countless galactic residents squeezed in the cabin hall. One could see all kinds of races there. These were all ordinary passengers, most of whom were chatting with their companions. There were many worried people, and the hall was noisy. The storms have been too frequent recently. Those higher-ups have been causing trouble, making us restless. A universe human could not help but complain. A person beside him had a dissatisfied expression and said angrily, "Who said it isn't?" Some time ago, the three universal civilizations were in a confrontation with the Beyond Grade A Association. I thought something big was going to happen, and it was finally resolved. Now, there's going to be a war. Since it has already happened, let's not complain so much. A well-dressed passenger sighed and said, "I only hope that this migration to the inner star field can guarantee our safety. As long as the three universal civilizations can stop the enemy in the border star field, we shouldn't have to worry. No matter how fierce the battle is, it won't be able to threaten us," another passenger said. "It's hard to say. In the past, when we encountered foreign civilizations, the three universal civilizations did not let us migrate on a large scale. The enemy this time is probably very strong. I hope the three universal civilizations can be more reliable. Otherwise, the inner star fields won't be safe," someone said worriedly. Everyone in the cabin was anxious, and the more they talked, the more worried they became. Other than personal safety concerns, many people were also worried about their daily lives. The people in the border star fields have all migrated to the inner star fields. It should be crowded, and daily necessities will be more scarce. The prices will definitely rise. Sigh. It wasn't easy for me to save up some money. I don't know how long it can last. I hope my job opportunities won't be affected. As long as I don't go to the front lines, I'm willing to do any work." Many passengers sighed. At this time, something suddenly happened outside the window, attracting everyone's attention. There was a long queue in front of the Stargate, and the Stargate nearby was deserted. However, at this time, fleets suddenly sailed out of the Stargate and arrived in the flickering world. The armor of the ships had the symbols of different Beyond Grade A organizations. The next moment, these fleets turned into dense streams of light and headed in the opposite direction of the refugee fleet, heading toward the war zone. Those are the fleets of the Beyond Grade A Association. The passengers watched as the fleet disappeared from their sight, and the expressions of some of them suddenly became strange. Among the refugees, there was no lack of galactic residents who had criticized the association online during the confrontation between the three universal civilizations and the association. When they saw this scene, they had mixed feelings. Unexplored universe, interception zone. A large number of mechanical strongholds were lined up in the starry sky, and the orbit formed by the space stabilization anchor extended out, covering the route of the World Tree Exploration Team. The construction efficiency of the three universal civilizations was astonishing. In just a few days, they had formed the prototype of the defense circle, forming a war zone here as the front line to intercept the World Tree. In the past few days, the three universal civilizations have been laying space stabilization tracks along the exploration team's route all day long, and the range was getting larger and larger. They had already discovered that the World Tree had tried to create wormholes in different locations many times, but they were all interfered with by the space stabilization anchor and ultimately failed. In the temporary base, Simon and the other commanders stayed in the battle staff room and discussed softly in front of the tactical star map. Han Xiao and many Beyond Grade as listened from aside. After the meeting, Han Xiao brought Cassie, Kant, and a dozen other Beyond Grade as to the interception zone. They sat down while understanding the current situation. There were many territories of Beyond Grade A organizations in the flickering world, and they were already preparing for war. There were many officers, so there was no need for the leaders of the organizations to keep an eye on them. Other than the members of the association, there are also many direct Beyond Grade as of the three universal civilizations. They were also here to prevent the World Tree from sending Beyond Grade as over. According to the statistics, the other party has already tried to open a wormhole channel 5 times. The coordinates are getting farther and farther away, and the last time, they're already close to the edge of the space stabilization orbit. Simon pointed at the star map and said solemnly, "The coordinates chosen by the other party next time should be very far away, and it might be outside our observation range. The defense circle is not complete yet. Black Star, we still need your help." "I'll try my best." Han Xiao nodded. Laying down the space stabilization orbit could only delay the teleportation location of the World Tree a little, but could not cover the route left behind by the exploration team over countless years. As long as the World Tree moved the teleportation coordinates far away, it would be able to throw the new exploration team over sooner or later. If the new World Tree exploration team was outside their observation range, it would be more troublesome. The other party could take a big detour, and the three universal civilizations' defense circle had not been completely built yet, so the probability of intercepting them was limited. The best way now was to rely on Destiny's Child's intelligence channels to locate the location of the subsequent exploration team and intercept them to prevent any fish from escaping the net. The premise was that the subbodies of the World Tree had this information, or else Destiny's Child would not be able to obtain it. However, this channel was very hidden, and the World Tree should not be aware of the problem. They would still use the power of the diviners to solve the problems for the exploration team. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Han Zhao's communicator suddenly rang. The room immediately fell silent. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Han Zhao. Han Zhao took out his communicator and looked at it. It was a message from Oathkeeper. After reading the content, his eyes flashed and he pondered. The World Tree has successfully opened the wormhole, and the new batch of exploration teams has arrived. They are 4 days away from the furthest space stabilization node. Everyone, we have to fight the other party. Hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still feeling heavy when they officially fought the World Tree army. Only Han Zhao could treat it calmly in the room. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.